Chapter 4060. When the first round of the top 10 ranking battle ended, it was already past noon. However, even though it was still early, nobody stayed outside for long. Everyone returned to the temporary lodgings arranged by the mysterious Jade Mansion. The Chunyang School was no exception. That Han Di is really ruthless. He made a promise, but at the crucial moment he went back on his word and launched a sneak attack to injure Luo Yuan. On the way back, many of the Chunyang School disciples couldn't help but sigh. Naturally, some felt that Han Di was too ruthless, but some felt that his actions were understandable. This is the 7 Prefectures banquet. Everyone is competing for a higher ranking. I can only say that Luo Yuan is too naive. He didn't guard against Han Di. Otherwise, even if the sneak attack succeeded, he wouldn't have been injured so badly. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not guarding against him. If I were Han Di, I wouldn't have let such an opportunity slip by. That's right. Han Di must have discovered that Luo Yuan isn't stronger than him when he passed by Luo Yuan. Therefore, he decided to hide his strength and unleash his full strength to injure Luo Yuan. Han Di must have pretended to be weak so that Luo Yuan would lower his guard. However, Luo Yuan can only blame himself for falling for it. Based on the words of the Chunyang School disciples, most of them supported Han Di. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. The strong preyed on the weak. Although Han Di's actions were somewhat despicable, most people didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Everything he did was for the sake of fighting, for the sake of moving forward. If Han Di entered the top 3 of the 7 Prefectures banquet because of this, the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Chi-Tian sect would definitely not mistreat him. In the future, his path would be much smoother. Between the top 10 and the top 3, there was a gap of 1 slot to enter the Holy Land's secret realm. 1 slot was enough to give birth to a higher god emperor. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian is stronger than him, so it's hard for him to launch a sneak attack. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian might have been in danger. Soon after, Duan Lingtian heard some of the Pure Sun sect's disciples talking about him. Many of them broke out in cold sweat when they talked about his battle with Han Di. Regarding this, he could only smile inwardly. If Han Di really wanted to sneak up on him, it would not be that easy. He had been on high alert since the beginning, and the divine power in his body was ready to be unleashed. If Han Di dared to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely not be at a disadvantage. As for Zhen Pingfan, Yi Chenfeng, and the others, they did not say anything. In their opinion, with Duan Lingtian's battle experience from the mundane realm, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to make such a small mistake. The way I see it, none of the people in front this time have displayed any amazing abilities. Perhaps, the first place of the 7 Prefectures feast this time will be senior brother Duan Lingtian. As soon as a Chunyang School disciple said this, everyone's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Even the leaders Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were no exception. In truth, this was what they had been thinking for a long time. They believed that Duan Lingtian had a chance of getting first place in the 7 Prefectures feast this time. Originally, they had expected Duan Lingtian to get into the top 3. However, based on the way everyone had fought today and the fact that Luo Yuan had been crippled, they believed that Duan Lingtian had a chance of getting first place. Moreover, there was a high chance. Duan Lingtian. Zhen Pingfan's voice rang out beside Duan Lingtian's ear. Are you confident you'll get first place? I'll do my best. Duan Lingtian replied with a faint smile. If possible, try to get first place. Zhen Pingfan said solemnly, if you get first place in the 7 Prefectures feast, not only will the sect treat you well, but the other organizations will also pay attention to you. I've told you this before, but I don't know if you've remembered it. If you want to become stronger in a short period of time, it's best if you join a godly venerable rank organization. Moreover, it's best if you join a godly venerable rank organization with a godly venerable expert. Only a godly venerable rank organization can be considered a top organization in a realm of gods like the Shengang land. You're not the only one. Even Junior Uncle Yi wants to join a godly venerable rank organization with a godly venerable expert. If he becomes an upper god emperor, he'll definitely receive an invitation from a godly venerable rank organization. Of course, I'm talking about those godly venerable rank organizations with a godly venerable expert. Even now, Junior Uncle Yi has become a potential godly venerable rank organization in the eyes of many godly venerable rank organizations. Some godly venerable rank organizations with godly venerable experts have even extended an olive branch to him. However, although these godly venerable rank organizations have godly venerable experts, their godly venerable experts are at the bottom of the godly venerable rank. Therefore, Junior Uncle Yi doesn't think highly of them. Junior Uncle Yi is waiting for those godly venerable rank organizations who can't sit still after he becomes an upper god emperor. As long as the conditions are right, Junior Uncle Yi will accept the invitation and join a godly venerable rank organization. Moreover, once he joins, he'll be in the upper echelons. Even if he doesn't have much power, he'll still be able to enjoy the best treatment in terms of cultivation resources. Even in those godly venerable rank organizations, there aren't many upper god emperors who have given birth to a complete soul high-grade divine weapon. Zhen Pingfan said solemnly. Of course, the reason Junior Uncle Yi chose this path is because he wasn't outstanding enough when he was young. At that time, although there were godly venerable rank organizations who wanted to recruit him, they were all outdated godly venerable rank organizations without godly venerable experts. Moreover, even if he joined those godly venerable rank organizations at that time, the resources he could get might not be comparable to what he could get if he stayed in Chunyang School. In Chunyang School, he was a genius and focused on cultivation. However, in those godly venerable rank organizations, even if he managed to get into the upper echelons, the treatment he received would be mediocre. I'm almost the same. At this point, Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a more serious tone, "You're different. Not only are you young and have great potential, but you've also comprehended sword principle. If you win first place in the 7 prefectures feast this time, I'm sure there will be a heavyweight godly venerable rank organization who will invite you to join. The heavyweight godly venerable rank organization I'm talking about is the godly venerable rank organization in the Shengang land, second only to the giant godly venerable rank organizations." Duan Lingtian actually knew which of the giant godly venerable rank organizations Zhen Pingfan was talking about. Those godly venerable rank organizations were the most powerful organizations in the Shengang land. Among them, there were many godly venerable rank experts and even high-level godly venerable rank experts. Those godly venerable rank organizations were also known as the giant godly venerable rank organizations in the Shengang land. The Xia clan, where his wife Ker was from in her previous life, was also a giant godly venerable rank organization in the Divine Offering land. The Yun clan, where Yun Qingyan was from, was also a giant godly venerable rank organization in the Divine Offering land. Most of the giant godly venerable rank organizations were clans and very few were sections. This was because those giant godly venerable rank organizations usually had ultimate experts. As for utmost sovereigns, unless they had no family, were from a sect, and were deeply attached to that sect, they would not support a sect to become a godly venerable level force. Whether it was humans or other life forms, they would definitely have the deepest feelings for their family members. When one had the ability to support one's clan or the sect they were in, most people would definitely choose the former. As for the giant godly venerable rank organizations, they rarely recruited disciples from outside. Most of them were clans and were more xenophobic. In addition, there was no shortage of geniuses in the clans, so they rarely took the initiative to recruit disciples. Unless it was someone who was so talented that it could be called heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian, even if he won the first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, was not considered that kind of existence in the eyes of those giant godly venerable rank organizations, unless Duan Lingtian broke through and became a high-level godly emperor one day, then they would take a fancy to Duan Lingtian. Of course, the giant godly venerable rank organizations did not necessarily have the protection of ultimate experts. Some of the ultimate experts behind the giant godly venerable rank organizations had even fallen, but they were still standing strong. This was because the giant godly venerable rank organizations usually had ultimate divine formations. Once activated, even ultimate experts would find it difficult to break through. Moreover, during this process, even the most powerful beings could be injured. It was not a small matter for ultimate experts to be injured. If they were targeted by an enemy, they could die. A giant godly venerable rank organization without the protection of an ultimate expert would usually not have ultimate experts looking for trouble with them because the losses outweighed the gains. It was also because of this that giant godly venerable rank organizations had become the most transcendent existence in the planes of gods. In the Shengang land, there are a few giant godly venerable rank organizations that are in the first echelon. The second echelon has more than a dozen godly venerable rank organizations. They're the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations that I mentioned. Don't underestimate these godly venerable rank organizations. These godly venerable rank organizations basically have upper-level godly venerable rank leaders. In fact, some of these heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations' upper-level godly venerable rank organizations' strongest upper-level godly venerable rank organizations. The reason why the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations have a transcendent status is mostly because of their ultimate experts. There are very few sects in the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations. However, there are quite a few sects in the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations. This time, if you win first place in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, you'll definitely be noticed by the heavyweight godly venerable rank organizations. At that time, there should be a heavyweight godly venerable rank organization that would send you an invitation. You're not even 3,000 years old, but you've comprehended sword principle. You're also a middle-level godly emperor whose strength is comparable to a upper-level godly emperor. They'll definitely be interested. A upper-level godly emperor. As long as Duan Lingtian won first place in the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, the 7 prefectures would acknowledge his strength as comparable to a upper-level godly emperor. A upper-level godly emperor was the strongest among the upper-level godly emperors. Their strength was comparable to a lower-level godly emperor. A heavyweight godly venerable rank organization. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with a burning desire. In fact, that was his goal as well. He did not have much time left. Chapter 4061. First place in the 7 Prefectures Feast. He was determined to win. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a flickering flame. It was like a spark that could start a prairie fire with a single thought. No matter who stood in his way, they would become his stepping stone. After Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian followed the rest of the Chunyang school group and returned to the temporary residence that the mystic Jade Mansion had arranged for the Chunyang school. Duan Lingtian greeted Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng before returning to his residence. Did you say something to him? Yi Chenfeng noticed that Duan Lingtian was acting a little strange and could not help but ask Zhen Pingfan telepathically. On the way back, he had seen the flirting between Zhen Pingfan and Duan Lingtian. Coupled with Duan Lingtian's strange behavior, he could not guess that it had something to do with Zhen Pingfan. It's nothing. Zhen Pingfan telepathically replied, I just told him to try his best to win first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast. Winning first place is not only important for Chunyang School, but also for his future. Also, I told him about the dozen or so godly venerable rank factions. If he wins first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast, some of those godly venerable rank factions will definitely not sit still. Masters Junior Yi, if Duan Lingtian really wins first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast and is accepted by one of those godly venerable rank factions, then he will really be stronger than you. Even if you don't enter the upper divine emperor realm, those godly venerable rank factions won't take the initiative to recruit you. Zhen Pingfan's tone changed as he spoke, and there was a hint of teasing in his tone. In the face of Zhen Pingfan's teasing, Yi Chenfeng only smiled faintly. At his age, he was already stronger than me. In the eyes of those reverend gods, his potential is higher than mine, and his value is higher than mine. I have mastered the way of the sword, and have given birth to a high-quality divine sword with a complete soul. I am afraid that I have only just begun to enter the sights of those dozen or so reverend level forces. If they want to send someone to invite me to join, I will have to enter the realm of Upper Divine Lord. If I am unable to step into the Upper Divine Lord realm, even if my strength is comparable to an ordinary Upper Divine Lord, it is still not enough to be roped in by them. Obviously, Yi Chen-feng knew himself very well. Marshal Uncle Yi. Zhen Pingfan smiled and said, if Duan Lingtian wins first place in the 7 Prefectures banquet and is accepted by one of the hierarch level forces, in the future, when you enter the Upper God Emperor realm, will you also consider joining one of the hierarch level forces? In that case, the two of you will be able to take care of each other. In the future, when I enter the Upper God Emperor realm, I will also choose one of the hierarch level forces. At that time, the 3 of us can band together and create a branch of our own in that hierarch level force. The more Zhen Pingfan spoke, the brighter his eyes became. At that time, we will name our branch Pure Yang Branch. The current Zhen Pingfan seemed to even believe himself as he spoke, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words and seeing Zhen Pingfan's expression, Yi Chen-feng was speechless. However, on the surface, he only smiled faintly. Duan Lingtian and I are not a problem. Yes, you first enter the realm of Middle Divine Lord. There was one more thing that Yi Chen-feng did not say. That was, even if you have just entered the Upper God Emperor realm, those dozen or so reverend level forces might not even look at you. After returning to his residence, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes to rest. His mind was constantly replaying the scenes he had seen today. It was mainly the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu, as well as Han Di's sneak attack on Luo Yuan. In the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu, both of them had displayed their full strength at the crucial moment. In terms of strength, both of them were actually on par. However, due to Tuoba Xiu's carelessness, she had lost in the end. As for the battle between Han Di and Luo Yuan, although it had been a sneak attack, it had still displayed his extraordinary combat strength. This display of strength was completely different from the strength he had displayed when they had crossed paths in the past. Han Di's strength is not any weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu's. And that Lin Yuan. Duan Lingtian thought of Lin Yuan of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect and the scene when he had challenged Shimin Longxiang of the Qing State Prefecture's Puppet Villa. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Yuan was holding back. Lin Yuan was not that simple. And that Wang Xiong. Now, Duan Lingtian had a deeper understanding of the strength of some of the people in the top 10, and he felt that they were only SOSO. For example, Yang Qinye and Shimin Longxiang were not a threat to him. Although Ma Qihong had consolidated his cultivation base as a high divine emperor, judging from his battle with Yuan Moyu, he was not a threat to Duan Lingtian. Of course, even without watching the battle between Ma Qihong and Yuan Moyu, Duan Lingtian knew his strength very well. After all, they had fought before, and he could confirm that Ma Qihong was not a threat to him. Luo Yuan had been seriously injured by Han Di today, and it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak state. There was no hope for him to enter the top 3, and he was also not a threat to Duan Lingtian. Now, the bigger threat to him was actually not Tuoba Xiu or Yuan Moyu. In his opinion, the two of them were on the same level as Han Di. He felt that the biggest threat to him was Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong, who had not yet used his full strength. Of course, the strength that Wang Xiong had displayed so far was not even comparable to Tuoba Xiu, Yuan Moyu, or Han Di, but who dared to say that was his full strength? Even Lin Yuan hadn't displayed strength comparable to Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Mou until now. Even so, no one dared to underestimate him. Because he was the external aid that the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect had invited, and he came from outside the 7 mansions. Some people even guessed that he might be from a godly venerable level family. Not far from the 7 mansions, there was the Lin clan, a godly venerable level family. Many people suspected that Lin Yuan was from there. The host of the 7 mansions banquet this time was the Flame Howl sect's elder Lin Donglai. Many people guessed that he came from there, but for some reason, he came to the 7 mansions and joined the Flame Howl sect. Lin Donglai did not join the Flame Howl sect halfway. When he came to the Flame Howl sect, he was still young, not even 10,000 years old. He grew up step by step in the Flame Howl sect, and finally achieved what he was today. He represented the Flame Howl sect in inviting Lin Yuan to the Seven Mansions banquet this time. How could someone invited by him be an ordinary genius? Lin Yuan, Wang Xiong. These two people were the people that Duan Lingtian was most wary of. As the saying went, those who stood in the light were not scary, those who hid in the dark were the scariest. Up until now, these two people had not shown their true strength. After thinking for a while, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to his own strength. Now, with the help of the 5 divine elements, he had completely consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level god emperor. Coupled with his mastery of the sword Tao and his attainments in the law of space, his strength had surpassed most high-level god emperors. Even if it was the Tao of control, he could still make use of it to make himself even more powerful. With his current cultivation and the Tao of control, unless there was a godly venerable level existence present, no one would be able to see through his strength. Even so, he did not dare to be careless. Who knew what Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong's true strength were? Tomorrow should be more exciting. Tomorrow was also the second round of the Seven Mansions banquet's top 10 ranking battle. At that time, Wang Xiong would again issue a challenge, and so would Lin Yuan. Wang Xiong is still okay. He is currently ranked 8th, so he has more choices. He might challenge Shimin, who is ranked 7th. Lin Yuan, who is currently ranked 5th, does not have many choices. No, it should be said that Lin Yuan has no choice. He can only challenge Yuan Moyu, who is ranked 4th. Before that, the 6th-ranked Tuoba Xiu will probably challenge him as well, because Tuoba Xiu can only challenge the 5th and 4th-ranked. As for the 4th-ranked Yuan Mou, because she was defeated by him today, she won't be able to challenge him. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but look forward to it. Lin Yuan should not be able to hide in front of Tuoba Xiu, right? Before the second day arrived, many people were also looking forward to the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Lin Yuan tomorrow. Unless Tuoba Xiu voluntarily forfeited, she would definitely not be able to avoid this battle. Everyone felt that Tuoba Xiu would not voluntarily forfeit because once she did, she would basically have no chance of entering the top 3. If Tuoba Xiu chose to forfeit tomorrow without being challenged, it would be equivalent to her admitting that she was inferior to Lin Yuan, which was no different from admitting defeat. In that case, Lin Yuan and Yuan Moyu were destined to be in front of her in this Seven Mansions banquet. Unless Lin Yuan and Yuan Moyu kicked Duan Lingtian and Han Di out of the top 3, it would be impossible for Tuoba Xiu to enter the top 3. In everyone's opinion, Han Di was not weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu. When he had launched a sneak attack and severely injured Luo Yuan, he had displayed his true strength. There will be a good show tomorrow. While everyone was looking forward to it, the dawn of the second day finally arrived and covered the entire land. Early in the morning, the people from the various factions of the Seven Mansions had arrived. Even Chunyang School did not arrive at the usual time. When they saw that the people from the other factions had arrived early, they also arrived early. The people from the various factions had arrived. As the host, Lin Donglai also entered at the right time. Number 10, enter. Since the start of the Seven Mansions banquet, Lin Donglai had already said all the rules and things that needed to be said. Therefore, he did not waste any time and directly let number 10 enter. Number 10 was no one else but Mochi Hong. Mochi Hong had challenged Yuan Moyu in the previous round, and the two of them had ended in a draw. At first, everyone had thought that Yuan Moyu's strength was on par with his. It was only until the battle between Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Xiu that they realized that Yuan Moyu had been hiding his strength. The battle between Yuan Moyu and Mochi Hong was more like a game for Mochi Hong. Who will Mochi Hong challenge? Seeing Mochi Hong enter, many people were curious. Will it be Yang Qianye or Shimin? Chapter 4062. Although Mochi Hong's expression was not ugly when he entered the venue, it was slightly gloomy. Especially when he heard the crowd's discussion about whether he would challenge Yang Qianye or Shimin next, his expression became even more gloomy. Was he, Mochi Hong, only qualified to be compared to Yang Qianye and Shimin? However, when he entered the venue and thought about the others before him, his expression changed again. According to the rules, he was not qualified to challenge the top 3. Unless the Mochi clan behind him was willing to pay the price of a large number of divine crystals to give him the right to challenge the top 3. However, that was not necessary for the Mochi clan. It was purely a gift of divine crystals. Lin Yuan, Tuoba Xiu, Wang Xiong. Now, apart from Yang Qianye, Shimin, and Yuan Moyu, who he was not qualified to challenge, he only had these 3 choices. Tuoba Xiu. His battle with Yuan Moyu, who had displayed his true strength, made him realize the gap between him and them, so he naturally wouldn't challenge him. Lin Yuan was an external aide invited by the mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. According to the Mochi clan's patriarch, Mochi Yuning, Lin Yuan was most likely from a godly venerable rank family outside the 7 mansions. The reason he was invited to the 7 mansions feast was because the Flame Howl sect was determined to get into the top 3 or even first place. In addition, the Mochi clan's patriarch had also said that he had observed Lin Yuan. Even the battle between Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu did not make Lin Yuan change his expression. In such a situation, either Lin Yuan was pretending to be calm, or Lin Yuan did not care about the strength displayed by Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu. His patriarch was more inclined to believe the latter. Under such circumstances, he naturally could not take the risk to challenge Lin Yuan. If he was quickly defeated, it would undoubtedly be one disaster after another, and it would be even more embarrassing for him. As such, he was left with only one choice if he did not challenge Yang Qianye and Shimin. Wang Xiong. This prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence was initially thought to be skilled in the law of earth. However, when he was challenged by Yang Qianye, he displayed the stronger law of metal and defeated Yang Qianye in one fell swoop. Unless I challenge Yang Qianye and Shimin, I can only challenge Wang Xiong. Mochi Hong's gaze swept across the surroundings before locking onto Wang Xiong in the direction of the Hanshan residence of the Daming residence. As for his gaze, there were actually people who had been paying attention to it the entire time. Now that his gaze was locked onto Wang Xiong, the eyes of many people immediately lit up. Is Mochi Hong planning to challenge Wang Xiong? I thought he would challenge Yang Qianye and Shimin. After all, it can be seen that these 2 are the weakest among the top 10. I didn't expect him to choose Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong might not even be able to display his full strength now. Isn't it a little risky for him to do this? If he loses this battle again, that would be a joke. The former number 1 of the younger generation in Tonglung province has actually fallen to such a state. To be honest, Mochi Hong isn't weak at all. At the very least, the strength he displayed is much stronger than what Wang Xiong displayed earlier. I feel that he might not necessarily lose against Wang Xiong. Duan Lingtian did not notice Mochi Hong's gaze. However, when he heard the discussions around him, he could not help but be startled. Was Mochi Hong planning to challenge Wang Xiong? He remembered that in the previous round, when everyone thought Mochi Hong was right to challenge Yang Qianye, he did not challenge Yang Qianye. Instead, he chose Yuan Mou. However, it ended in a draw. In the beginning, everyone thought Yuan Mou's strength was on par with his. However, when Yuan Mou fought with Tuoba Xiu, they realized Yuan Mou did not use his full strength in his battle with Mochi Hong. Isn't he afraid he'll fail again if he challenges Wang Xiong? Duan Lingtian glanced at Mochi Hong before he shook his head. If he had thought of Mochi Hong as an important figure in the past, he now felt that Mochi Hong was merely a pitiful person who was controlled by his emotions. Even Duan Lingtian could not see through Wang Xiong. However, he had a strong feeling that Wang Xiong was not weak at all. Wang Xiong might not be weaker than Mochi Hong. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that Mochi Hong was going to challenge Wang Xiong, he subconsciously glanced at Mochi Hong. However, Mochi Hong suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the Mochi clan. Duan Lingtian immediately saw that the Mochi clan's golden seat elder, Mochi Yuning, was looking at Mochi Hong. It was obvious that he was talking to Mochi Hong through sound transmission. It seems like the situation has changed. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Mochi Yuning was most likely telling Duan Lingtian not to challenge Wang Xiong through sound transmission. As expected, what happened next verified Duan Lingtian's guess. Just when everyone thought that Ma Qihong would challenge Wang Xiong, Ma Qihong spoke in an indifferent tone. Number 7, Shimin. Shimin Longxiang, the supreme talent of the puppet villa in the state capital of Qing, was currently ranked number 7. Ma Qihong had chosen to challenge Wang Xiong, just as everyone had guessed earlier. Naturally, before this, everyone thought that Ma Qihong would challenge Wang Xiong. Moreover, Ma Qihong had glanced at the Machi clan at the critical moment before changing his target. It was obvious that someone from the Machi clan had advised him not to challenge Wang Xiong. It seems like the people from the Machi clan think that Ma Qihong might not be a match for Wang Xiong. They think highly of Wang Xiong. It seems like Wang Xiong didn't show his strength earlier. I'm really looking forward to seeing Wang Xiong fight again. The discussions were especially ear-piercing when they entered Ma Qihong's ears, causing his face to flush red. How could this be? At this moment, he even regretted listening to the old ancestor of the Machi clan, Ma Qiyuning, and not challenging Wang Xiong. Idiot! At this moment, Ma Qiyuning, the golden seat elder of the Machi clan, felt helpless and exhausted. This idiot! Why did he look at him when he was communicating with him through sound transmission? Was he not telling everyone that it was him or the people from the Machi clan who advised him not to challenge Wang Xiong? Idiot! In the past, Ma Qiyuning thought Ma Qihong was quite smart. However, at this moment, he felt that Ma Qihong was so stupid that it gave him a headache. At this moment, the other high-ranking officials of the Machi clan looked at each other helplessly. They were exhausted. Shimin Longxiang also flew out from the Qing state mansions by Envilla's camp in the face of Ma Qihong's challenge. Although he knew he was not as strong as Ma Qihong, he had no intention of admitting defeat. Ma Qihong was someone who had lost to Duan Lingtian. He was someone who wanted to compete with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, if he was afraid to fight someone who had lost to Duan Lingtian, then he was not worthy to compete with Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, Shimin Longxiang was very serious when facing Ma Qihong. The moment he made his move, he attacked like a storm and suppressed Ma Qihong, who was defenseless. Originally, Ma Qihong thought the prodigy from Puppet Villa was only SOSO. He thought the prodigy from Puppet Villa would definitely know he was not as strong as him. Even if he did not know him, he would just go through the motions. But he didn't expect that the other party's fighting style of daring third brother would stun him. Those who did not know better might think that they had a deep hatred for each other. You're courting death. At this moment, Ma Qihong, who was being suppressed, seemed to have sensed the dumbfounded and mocking gazes around him. He was so angry that his face turned red. The thunderbolts on his body surged as he unleashed his full strength. Then Shimin Longxiang, who had the upper hand, was completely suppressed by him. Immediately after, Shimin Longxiang was severely injured by Ma Qihong's attack. When Ma Qihong wanted to make a second move, Lin Donglai made his move and blocked Ma Qihong's attack. He has lost. This is the end of it, Lin Donglai said. Shimin Longxiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth when he was exchanging tokens with Ma Qihong. He grinned at Ma Qihong and said, Ma Qihong, from today onwards, I, Shimin Longxiang, will treat you as my touchstone. When I can defeat you, it will mean that the gap between me and Duan Lingtian will be shortened. Although my target is Duan Lingtian, I hope that you will make good progress and not let me down. Shimin Longxiang turned around and left as soon as he finished speaking. At this moment, Ma Qihong finally understood why Shimin Longxiang attacked him as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He did not intend to go through the motions at all. It turned out that he was treating him as his touchstone. He even said that after defeating him, it would mean that the gap between him and Duan Lingtian would be shortened. What does this mean? Does he think that I, Ma Qihong, am inferior to Duan Lingtian? Does he think that I, Ma Qihong, will be defeated by Duan Lingtian for the rest of my life? Ma Qihong, who was already in a bad mood, was completely enraged this time. He stared at Shimin Longxiang's receding figure with a murderous look in his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he wanted to kill someone so badly. Even when his ancestor was killed by Yi Chenfeng, the ancestor of the hidden sword branch of Chunyang School, he had not felt such a strong murderous intent. At this moment, Although Machi Hong had obtained the number 7 token and was temporarily ranked 7th in the 7 Prefectures Feast, he was not happy at all. His expression was gloomy. Number 9, please enter the arena. After Lin Donglai reminded Machi Ju to leave, Lin Donglai spoke loudly and looked in the direction of the people from Chunyang School. Number 9 was the disciple of Chunyang School, Yang Qinya. Number 4. Many people thought that Yang Qinya would forfeit, but to their surprise, he flew directly into the arena and challenged Yuan Moyu, who was temporarily ranked 4th in the 7 Prefectures Feast. The result was within the expectations of the onlookers. Yang Qinya was defeated by Yuan Moyu. However, Yuan Moyu also left him some face. Only after 10 moves did he deal a heavy blow to defeat him. It turns out that the gap between me and him is so big. The moment he was defeated, Yang Qinya finally came to his senses. The sense of superiority that had arisen due to his rapid improvement in strength had completely disappeared. It turned out that he was still so weak. Yuan Moyu is so strong, and Tuoba Xiu is not weak either. Will Duan Lingtian be stronger than them? In the past, Yang Qinya did not have much of an idea of Duan Lingtian's strength, especially since Duan Lingtian's strength had improved significantly this time. However, he now realized that the gap between him and Duan Lingtian was wider than he had imagined. It was impossible to surpass him in a short time. Chapter 4063. Yang Qinya entered the arena and challenged Yuan Moyu, who was ranked 4th. He was defeated after 10 moves. And regarding his defeat, no one felt surprised or anything, because now everyone knew that Yang Qinya and Shimin of the Puppet Villa were the same. Both of them were at the bottom of the top 10. Currently, Yang Qinya was ranked 9th while Shimin was ranked 10th. In everyone's opinion, both of them would fight for the 9th spot at most. It was almost impossible for them to enter the top 8. It's Wang Xiong's turn now. In fact, before Yang Qinya was defeated, many people were looking forward to the next person to enter the arena. That person was currently ranked 8th, Wang Xiong, the prodigy of the Great Name Mansion's Han Mountain residence. Number 8, enter the arena. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, Wang Xiong walked into the arena in a sloppy and carefree manner under everyone's watchful eyes. His gaze swept past Lin Yuan, who was ranked 5th, Tuoba Xiu, who was ranked 6th, and finally landed on Machi Hong, who was ranked 7th. At this moment, Machi Hong's expression became much gloomier. This was because he could hear the discussions in the surroundings. Machi Hong didn't challenge Wang Xiong because of the Machi clan's warning. I didn't expect him to face Wang Xiong so soon. Wang Xiong will most likely challenge him. It's obvious. Wang Xiong announced loudly under everyone's shocked gazes. I challenge number 7, Machi Hong, the prodigy of the Machi clan. The crowd wasn't surprised by this at all. However, when the group of people looked at Machi Hong again, there was a hint of ridicule in their eyes. Machi Hong walked out of the arena with a sour expression on his face. He even regretted listening to the Machi clan's old ancestor, Machi Yuning. He should not have changed his mind at the last minute and challenged Shimin instead. He should have challenged Wang Xiong. Otherwise, he would not have embarrassed himself so much. At this moment, Machi Hong did not realize that if he had not gone to see Machi Yuning when he changed his mind, no one would have thought that he had listened to the Machi clan's advice and did not challenge Wang Xiong again. It was normal to change one's opponent at the last minute, and no one would think anything of him. However, when he looked in the direction of the Machi clan, it was obvious he was a person without a mind of his own. Sometimes, one more glance or one less glance was enough to change a lot of things. Wang Xiong. As soon as Machi Hong entered the arena, he said in a cold voice, "If your strength is the same as what you showed when you fought Yang Qinya, you are no match for me." The current Machi Hong had a strong desire to perform. As long as he defeated Wang Xiong, no one would dare to underestimate him. As for Wang Xiong, he merely smiled faintly in the face of Machi Hong's provocation and did not respond. Machi Hong was naturally even more infuriated when he saw this. In fact, when he had challenged Shimin, although he had won in the end, Shimin had been suppressing him in the beginning. When he found out that the reason Shimin had such a strong desire to battle him was because he saw him as a stepping stone to stand shoulder to shoulder with him and even surpass Duan Lingtian, he had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he was being ignored by Wang Xiong, he could no longer suppress the anger he had been suppressing previously, which completely exploded. Therefore, the moment Lin Donglai announced that he and Wang Xiong could fight, Ma Qihong attacked as fast as lightning, with thunder raging all over his body. Similar to Luo Yuan, the prodigy of Heavenly Star Mansion and Autumn Leaf Sect, he was skilled in the law of thunder. You have quite a temper. Wang Xiong raised his eyebrows in the face of Ma Qihong's outburst. After he said those words in a calm manner, the golden light on his body also surged. After that, he did not avoid Ma Qihong, who had made the first move, and directly went forward to meet him. Bush. A dazzling purple thunder and a dazzling golden light collided with each other under the watchful eyes of the spectators. When the two collided, a deafening explosion resounded in the sky. Boom! Rumble! The collision of the golden energy and the thunder energy created a dazzling explosion that shocked the spectators. It was as though they were enjoying a feast for the eyes. For those with weaker cultivation bases, they could not clearly see the movements of the two people. However, those with stronger cultivation bases were able to see everything clearly. When the two forces collided, Ma Qihong and Wang Xiong started fighting fiercely. Both of them were evenly matched. At this moment, Wang Xiong displayed a strength that was even stronger than when he had fought Yang Qianye earlier. Wang Xiong has indeed concealed his strength. A look of realization appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. This was just as he had guessed. Based on the strength he has displayed so far, he is evenly matched with Ma Qihong. I wonder if this is his true strength. While Duan Lingtian was pondering this, Ma Qihong and Wang Xiong had already exchanged more than 10 moves. Ma Qihong, who was already red in the face, no longer held back. The blood qi in his body surged as he activated his bloodline power and suppressed Wang Xiong in one move. Since Ma Qihong activated his bloodline power, it's time for Wang Xiong to activate his bloodline power as well. Things will get even more exciting from now on. Just as the spectators thought Wang Xiong would activate his bloodline power, the golden light emitted by Wang Xiong's divine energy surged and wreaked havoc. Next, Wang Xiong, who had been at a disadvantage, unleashed the power of the law of metal, turning the tables and suppressing Ma Qihong. Bang! Before the spectators could react, Ma Qihong's attack had been shattered by Wang Xiong in 3 moves. Moreover, the remaining power of the attack had smashed into Ma Qihong's body, sending him flying. Wah! Ma Qihong coughed out blood, his face pale as paper. He was sent flying as he stared at Wang Xiong from afar, his gaze filled with shock and disbelief. How could this Wang Xiong be so strong? When he thought about how he had come here with the goal of getting into the top 3 or even first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, he suddenly felt extremely ashamed of himself. Someone like him wanted to get into the top 3? First place? Why? Ma Qihong couldn't figure it out. He'd originally thought that he was heaven-defying as he was considered to be the strongest in the younger generation of the Eastern Ridge Prefecture. So why were there so many young people who were stronger than him now? Duan Lingtian was one thing. However, what was going on with Yuan Moyu, Tuoba Xiu, Luo Yuan, and Han Di? Moreover, before the 7 Mansions banquet this time, with the help of the Mochi clan, he had consolidated his cultivation base as a high-level divine emperor, and his strength had risen to another level. At this moment, Ma Qihong felt despair. Am I really that useless? Admit defeat. When Ma Qihong saw Wang Xiong chasing after him, he finally regained his senses when he heard Ma Qiyuning, the patriarch of the Mochi family, exclaim in surprise. Admit defeat. After regaining his senses, he immediately admitted defeat. As for Wang Xiong, he stopped. Number 8 Wang Xiong challenged number 7 Ma Qihong. Victory. Both of them exchanged their tokens. Ma Qihong had fallen from 7th place to 8th place in the 7 prefectures banquet. At the same time, numerous gazes filled with disbelief landed on Wang Xiong. Evidently, none of them had expected Wang Xiong to be so strong. The strength Wang Xiong displayed earlier is probably no weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu. Yeah, he hasn't even used his bloodline power yet. If he did, he wouldn't be any weaker than Tuoba Xiu and Yuan Moyu. Didn't you see the grave expressions on Yuan Moyu and Tuoba Xiu's faces? They weren't like that when they looked at Wang Xiong earlier. It's obvious that they feel threatened by Wang Xiong. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. Wang Xiong was indeed not simple. After Wang Xiong and Ma Qihong left the stage, most people's gazes were still on Wang Xiong. As for the people from the Han Mountain residence, they were already dumbfounded. They had not expected Wang Xiong to be so strong. Only when Lin Donglai's voice rang out did the crowd regain their senses. Number 6, enter the stage. Number 6. For a moment, everyone's attention shifted from Wang Xiong to the people from the Yuan clan of the underworld mansion. Their gazes landed on the beautiful figure that was walking slowly through the air. She was the only woman in the top 10 of the 7 Manners Feast. The monstrous genius that the underworld mansion had nurtured with all its resources. In the previous battle with Yuan Moyu, she had displayed amazing strength. However, because of a momentary lapse in judgment, she had lost to Yuan Moyu, who was on par with her. Many people felt that it was a pity. Tuoba Xiu is facing Lin Yuan and Yuan Moyu. Under normal circumstances, she can only challenge these two people. As for Yuan Moyu, he had defeated her before. Therefore, this time, she has no choice but to challenge Lin Yuan. Many people say that Lin Yuan is not simple, but so far he has not shown his true strength. He has not even used his bloodline power. This time, Tuoba Xiu should be able to force him to show his strength by challenging him. If Tuoba Xiu can't force him to show his full strength, he will definitely be in the top 3 or even first in this 7 Manners Feast. Amid the whispers of the crowd, Tuoba Xiu opened her mouth and challenged number 5, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan stepped onto the stage, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In this 7 prefectures banquet, his greatest opponent wasn't Tuoba Xiu, Yuan Moyu, Han Di, or Luo Yuan. It was Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong. Both of them had obviously not used their full strength. As for the others, they had basically used their full strength. Like the whispers of the others, he also felt that Tuoba Xiu would definitely be able to force Lin Yuan to show his strength by challenging him this time. Even if she could not force him to show his full strength, she would be able to force him to show most of his strength. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian, who had originally appeared somewhat lazy, turned serious. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. If he wanted to take first place in the 7 Manners Feast, he had to have a sufficient understanding of Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong, who were still hiding their strength. Chapter 4064. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who felt that Lin Yuan was mysterious. Even the others felt the same way. Even the people from the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect stared at Lin Yuan's back with anticipation. They were not familiar with Lin Yuan as he had only appeared in their Flame Howl sect not long before the 7 Mansions banquet. Moreover, when Lin Yuan had appeared in their Flame Howl sect, he had defeated the top disciple of the Flame Howl sect's younger generation in one blow. Although not many people knew about it at that time, the news still caused an uproar in the Flame Howl sect when it spread. However, there were only a few people who had witnessed the battle. Therefore, although many people knew that Lin Yuan was strong and far stronger than the top disciple of the Flame Howl sect's younger generation, no one knew exactly how strong he was. Tuoba Xiu is so powerful. I wonder if Lin Yuan can handle him. If Lin Yuan can defeat Tuoba Xiu, not only will he have a chance to enter the top 3, he might even be able to take first place. On the Flame Howl sect's side, not only were the prodigy's eyes shining with anticipation, but even the Flame Howl sect's upper echelons were also filled with intense desire. Among the Flame Howl sect's upper echelons, the only one who truly understood Lin Yuan's strength was Lin Donglai. This was because Lin Donglai was the one who had invited Lin Yuan. Moreover, after Lin Donglai had invited Lin Yuan, he had said that if Lin Yuan entered the top 3, he would have the right to control 2 of the spots. It was said that the Flame Howl sect's upper echelons had unanimously agreed to Lin Donglai's request. After Tuoba Xiu had challenged Lin Yuan had entered the arena. The two of them faced each other without saying anything. It was only when Lin Donglai had spoken that the two of them moved. To be precise, it was Tuoba Xiu who moved. Perhaps it was because of the previous lesson, Tuoba Xiu's attacks were like a storm. Wherever his body moved, it was bone-chilling and froze the void, causing the air to freeze. In the face of Tuoba Xiu's ferocious attack, although Lin Yuan was the last to make a move, he countered every move as he moved. Tuoba Xiu couldn't restrict his movements at all. Tuoba Xiu wants to use the characteristics of the law of ice to restrain Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan isn't fooled. Moreover, he is skilled in the law of destruction and possesses a powerful destructive characteristic. Even if Tuoba Xiu condenses and seals the void, as long as it is not too strong, he can still destroy it. Duan Lingtian saw it clearly. After a while, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 moves. This Lin Yuan is indeed not that simple. Duan Lingtian's face suddenly turned serious. This was because, with his careful observation, it was not difficult for him to see that Tuoba Xiu's forehead was overflowing with sweat. Even though the sweat was instantly evaporated by the divine power, he still noticed it. On the other hand, Lin Yuan seemed to be struggling, but if one looked closely, they could see that he was calm. Tuoba Xiu is going to explode. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian sensed an explosive aura from Tuoba Xiu's body. His eyes narrowed. The upper echelons of the major factions also subconsciously looked at Tuoba Xiu. In the next instant, bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by a series of loud explosions, the ice that had condensed in the void was completely shattered by Tuoba Xiu. Then, it turned into ice shards that filled the sky, turning into ice blades, ice swords, and a long stream of ice blades and swords that shot toward Lin Yuan. At the same time, Tuoba Xiu moved. A glacier condensed under her feet, giving people the feeling that ice was forming with every step she took. In her hand, the divine artifact shone with a dazzling light. In addition, a majestic blood aura began to surge from her body. From afar, it actually turned into the shape of a bird. When the blood-colored bird took shape, many people present were in an uproar. Blood Phoenix bloodline. Even the upper echelons of Chunyang School's side and Chunyang School's pupils shrank. Blood Phoenix bloodline, with the surname Tuoba. I didn't expect that someone from the Tuoba family would survive. Zhen Pingfan sighed with emotion. Tuoba family? Blood Phoenix bloodline? Upon hearing Zhen Fanfan's words, not only Duan Lingtian, but everyone present on the scene was confused as well. At this moment, another Chunyang School elder spoke. The Tuoba family used to be a god-emperor-level family in the famous prefecture, but it was destroyed later on. It was said that it was destroyed by a sect in the famous prefecture. At this point, the Chunyang School elders' gaze subconsciously looked at the place where the people from the famous prefecture were standing. At this moment, the upper echelons of the sect all stood up and stared at the beautiful figure with killing intent in their eyes. It's actually a remnant of the Tuoba family. Back then, didn't they eliminate the source of trouble? Why is there still a remnant outside? Is she the illegitimate daughter of a direct descendant of the Tuoba family? At this moment, the upper echelons of the famous prefecture's Yunli sect had an ugly expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as though they wanted to kill Tuoba Xiu immediately. The Tuoba family was destroyed by the Yunli sect back then. The entire family was completely wiped out. Even the old, the young, the sick, and the disabled were not spared. Initially, they thought that they had completely eliminated the source of trouble. Who would have thought that a descendant of the Tuoba family would appear now? This was not good news for the Yunli sect. What's going on? What's going on? When Tuoba Xiu displayed her Blood Phoenix bloodline and displayed her strength, the group of prodigies present at the scene noticed the strange movements at the Yunli sect of the famous prefecture. After exclaiming in surprise, the upper echelons of the various prefectures and forces looked in the direction of the Yunli sect of the famous prefecture. An eye for an eye. Many people sighed softly. I really didn't expect that someone from the Tuoba family is still alive. Although she hasn't fully matured yet, with the Netherworld Mansion as her backing, the Yuanli sect of the famous prefecture won't be able to touch her. She's already grown to this stage. Even if the Yuanli sect of the famous prefecture is willing to pay a price to get the Netherworld Mansion to hand her over, I'm afraid the Netherworld Mansion won't be willing to do so. I really didn't expect the Blood Phoenix bloodline of the Tuoba family to appear in this world again. Even the direct descendants of the Tuoba family cannot awaken their bloodline. I didn't see Tuoba Shio displaying her Blood Phoenix bloodline earlier. Could it be a temporary transformation? That's right. If she had displayed her Blood Phoenix bloodline in the battle with Yuan Moyu earlier, she might not have lost in the end. At this moment, the mysterious Lin Yuan was no longer the focus of everyone's attention. Instead, it was Tuoba Shio. The young woman's bloodline power had attracted everyone's attention. The group of young prodigies present on the scene did not know what the Blood Phoenix bloodline was. They also did not know that the Tuoba family used to be in the famous prefecture. However, they finally learned the ins and outs of the matter after the elders of the various forces spoke. In the past, someone from the Tuoba family had joined the Yuanli sect. That person had even won the first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. He was the person who had awakened the Blood Phoenix bloodline in the Tuoba family. Later on, he left the Yuanli sect for the sake of his family. He wanted to lead the Tuoba family to the peak of the famous prefecture so that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Yuanli sect and the other 3 great forces. However, at this time, the Yuanli sect was unwilling to do so. The person I've nurtured wants to nurture another force to contend with me? In the beginning, it was just a small conflict. However, it turned into a huge conflict later on. In the end, the Yuanli sect had to pay a huge price to completely eradicate the Tuoba family. It must be the bloodline power that has just awakened. Duan Lingtian looked at the bloodline power that Tuoba Shio displayed. After carefully sensing it, he could feel that the bloodline power was unstable. Although it was strong, it was not invulnerable. Just as he thought about it, Lin Yuan made his move. Moreover, he took advantage of the flaw that Duan Lingtian sensed and directly defeated Tuoba Shio's Blood Phoenix bloodline power. Then he sent Tuoba Shio flying through the air. Biff! Blood splattered across the sky. The beautiful figure barely managed to stop herself. She looked pitiful. Admit defeat. Lin Yuan stepped on the air and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Tuoba Shio from afar. The bloodline power that had just risen in his body was also retracted after a moment. Tuoba Shio had not only forced him to use his full strength, but she had also forced him to use his bloodline power. Although it was just a flash in the pan, he had used it after all. I admit defeat. After a moment, Tuoba Shio's face was flushed. Although she looked at Lin Yuan with a bit of unwillingness, she finally spoke slowly. She was badly injured. On the other hand, Lin Yuan was not injured at all. There was no point in continuing. Originally, everyone's focus should have been on Lin Yuan. However, their focus was now on Tuoba Shio, who had been defeated by Lin Yuan and the Daimon Mansion's Yuanli sect. Now, everyone more or less knew about the conflict between Tuoba Shio's ancestor and the Daimon Mansion's Yuanli sect. At this moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The Daimon Mansion's Yuanli sect's upper echelons almost came out in full force. Their target was Tuoba Shio. However, just as they were about to fly out, 3 figures appeared in their path. They were not very tall, but they were like 3 towering mountains that gave them great pressure. 3 middle-level God Emperor experts. They were from the 3 top forces of the Underworld Mansion. The 3 of you. The leader of the Daimon Mansion's Yuanli sect was also a middle God Emperor expert. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with a gloomy expression. I'm sure you know about the conflict between our Yuanli sect and the Tuoba family. You didn't know about it in the past. We can forgive you for nurturing this vile spawn. However, today, this vile spawn must die. Facing 3 middle god emperors, although he had more people on his side, he was no match for them. This was because he was the only middle god emperor on his side. Chapter 4065. Of course, The leader of the Originally sect had already sent a message back to the Originally sect to inform the higher-ups of the Originally sect. This was a matter of concern to the entire Originally sect. To the Originally sect, the Toba family was already a thing of the past. But now, they had reappeared in front of them in just one day. The genius that the underworld mansion nurtured with all their might is a descendant of the Toba family? Yes, when I heard that her surname is Toba, I didn't think too much about it. After all, we didn't have anyone with the surname Toba in the past. I didn't expect her to be a descendant of the Toba family. It was just a conversation between the leader of the Originally sect and the leader of the Originally sect. Toba Shio. Actually, before this, there were many people in the Originally sect who knew of her existence. However, their knowledge of her was limited to the genius that the underworld mansion nurtured with all their might. Who would have thought that the genius nurtured by the underworld mansion was actually a descendant of the Originally sect's mortal enemy, the Toba family? The Blood Phoenix bloodline was the symbol of the Toba family. It's fine if she's mediocre. She's not even 10,000 years old and she already has such achievements. If she's given another 10,000 years, how can the Originally sect fight against her? She must die. Kill her at all costs. I'm afraid that no one in the Originally sect will be a match for her after 10,000 years. If she's given another 20,000 years, she might be able to forcefully destroy the Originally sect's sect protecting array. At that time, the Originally sect will face the greatest crisis in history. She must die. Hearing the messages from the Originally sect, the Originally sect's emperor gods who were at the seven-mansion banquet felt helpless. They also felt that Toba Shio must die. But now, the three middle god emperors of the underworld mansion were right in front of them. How could they kill her? This was before the rest of the underworld mansion's three middle god emperors came out. One should know that the three middle god emperors didn't just come out. There was also a group of lower god emperors. Bastard? The middle god emperor of the Yuan clan from the underworld mansion laughed coldly when he heard the words of the middle god emperor from the Yuanli sect. Fang Yilin, watch your mouth. Fang Yilin, I advise you to behave. Toba Shio is from the underworld mansion. We're not afraid of your Yuanli sect. Fang Yilin, we know about the grudge between your Yuanli sect and the Toba family. However, we didn't know that Toba Shio was a member of the Toba family. But even if we know now, we will still protect her. If your Yuanli sect wants to touch Toba Shio, you'll have to go through us and the factions behind us first. The mid-god emperors of the three superpowers of the underworld mansion were extremely powerful. They didn't even bother with the mid-god emperors of the Originally sect. Moreover, they had already sent a message back to their respective factions and asked some of the mid-god emperors to come over. This was because they knew that the Originally sect would definitely not let this matter rest. Seeing that the three major forces of the underworld mansion were so domineering, in addition to the group of onlookers, the middle-level emperor god Fang Yilin of the underworld mansion had an ugly expression on his face. However, he did not say anything else and silently retreated with his men. When the three mid-god emperors of the three superpowers of the underworld mansion saw this, they snorted coldly and retreated. However, when they returned, they still kept a close eye on the Originally sect. If the Originally sect dared to make a move, they would not hesitate to give them a thunderous blow. Me? The Toba family? The Originally sect annihilated the Toba family? Mother! She didn't tell me about this. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already left the arena. However, Toba Shio was still standing on the spot. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She had just found out that the Blood Phoenix bloodline that she had just awakened was a bloodline that only the direct descendants of the Toba family could possess. She also didn't know that the Toba family was annihilated by the Originally sect. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so polite to the Originally sect's prodigy previously. Go down. At this moment, Lin Donglai also spoke. He could see that this little girl actually didn't know about her background before this. Perhaps, if she didn't awaken the Blood Phoenix bloodline this time, she would never know about her background. Little girl, come back. At this moment, the mid-god emperor of the Yuan family also sent a message to Toba Shio, asking her to go back. At the same time, he looked at Tuoba Shio with a gentle and loving gaze. He had watched Tuoba Shio grow up. Although there were many descendants in his bloodline, most of them were males. Due to this reason, Tuoba Shio, a disciple with a different surname, was also doted on by his bloodline. Not only did no one bully her, but if anyone dared to bully her, the descendants in his bloodline would stand up for her. Naturally, Tuoba Shio had grown to the point where she didn't need anyone to stand up for her among her peers. When Tuoba Shio returned, she was still in a daze. This scene was also witnessed by the crowd. It seems like Tuoba Shio didn't know about her background in the past. I didn't expect her background to be revealed during the Seven Mansions banquet. She's a sworn enemy of the Origin Lee sect. It's obvious that the Origin Lee sect is panicking. Earlier, they even wanted to attack Tuoba Shio. It's obvious that the Underworld Mansion wants to protect Tuoba Shio. I just don't know if the Underworld Mansion will sell Tuoba Shio out if the Great Ming Mansion is willing to pay the price. I don't think so. Even if Tuoba Shio didn't make it into the top 3 this time, she still managed to get 2 spots for the Underworld Mansion. It's not easy to split the 2 spots among the 3 major forces of the Underworld Mansion, right? Now, everyone could tell that Tuoba Shio had just found out about her background. It could even be said that she was the last one to find out about her background among the people present. This was because when everyone present found out about her background, she was still focused on fighting Lin Yuan. She didn't care about anything else at all. Awakening the Blood Phoenix bloodline should be a good thing for her. However, it doesn't seem to be a good thing now. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly and retracted his gaze from Tuoba Shio's back. Although he didn't sympathize with Tuoba Shio's situation, he felt that she was quite innocent. After all, she didn't know about her background at all before this. It was even more impossible for her to target the Origin Lee sect. Moreover, judging from the Underworld Mansion's reaction, it was obvious that they didn't know about Tuoba Shio's background either. Perhaps, if she didn't awaken the Blood Phoenix bloodline, her background would have remained a secret forever. Life was unpredictable. Now that Tuoba Shio had awakened the Blood Phoenix bloodline, it meant that her life would no longer be peaceful. The conflict between her and the Origin Lee sect was destined to be irreconcilable. Even if she swore a heart demon blood oath that she wouldn't target the Origin Lee sect in the future, the Origin Lee sect might not let it go. It was fine if Tuoba Shio was just mediocre. However, the problem was that she wasn't. When Tuoba Shio grew up, the people and forces she came into contact with would also reach a higher level. In addition to her beauty and her extraordinary talents, there might be a young master from a godly venerable faction who would be tempted by her. When the time came, it was possible that he would stand up for her and attack the Origin Lee sect. The Origin Lee sect would only be at ease if such a person was dead. At this moment, Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at the Yuan clan from the Underworld Mansion. It wasn't difficult to see that Tuoba Shio's face was still changing under the veil as she stood there. In addition, on the Origin Lee sect's side, from the upper echelons to the prodigy disciples, their expressions didn't look too good at this moment. After all, the sudden addition of such an enemy also gave them a certain amount of psychological pressure. If Tuoba Shio really wanted revenge, as long as they were from the Origin Lee sect, they wouldn't be spared. Lin Yuan's strength is really strong. Soon, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the Flame Howl sect's prodigy, Lin Yuan. Tuoba Shio awakened the Blood Phoenix bloodline at the last minute. Although she can't fully utilize the power of the Blood Phoenix bloodline, her strength is still stronger than when she fought Yuan Moyu. Even so, she was still easily defeated by him. Although Tuoba Shio had used her bloodline power in her battle with Yuan Mou earlier, her bloodline power had not evolved to the next level. In the realms of gods, there were many bloodline energies that could be transformed under certain circumstances. Every evolution could raise one's strength by a level. Number 4, please enter. As Lin Donglai spoke again, the crowd's attention shifted from Tuoba Shio to the person who was temporarily ranked 4th in the 7 Prefectures feast. Number 4 was the prodigy from the Sky Howl sect of the state of Qing, Yuan Moyu. In the previous battle with Tuoba Shio, their strength was on par, but due to Oba Shio's careless mistake, he defeated her. Number 3. As soon as Yuan Moyu entered, he locked onto his target, Luo Yuan from the Sky Star Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect. Luo Yuan was a prodigy nurtured by the Sky Star Mansion, and he was equally as famous as Oba Shio. However, when Luo Yuan entered, his body was still swaying slightly, and his face was as pale as a sheet. It was obvious that the injuries he had suffered yesterday had not fully healed. Of course, such injuries couldn't be healed so quickly. He had only recovered about 60% to 70% of his strength because of the continuous supply of healing pills from the Sky Star Mansion since yesterday. Otherwise, he would be lucky if he could recover 30% of his strength today. Han Di. When he entered, Luo Yuan glanced in the direction of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Equal Heaven sect before finally locking his eyes on Han Di. His eyes were filled with hatred. Yesterday, he had been severely injured by Han Di twice because of his carelessness. Although he felt that it had something to do with his carelessness, he still hated Han Di for going back on his word. How could a person be so shameless? Chapter 4066. Luo Yuan, this is too unfair. Many people lamented when they saw Luo Yuan enter the arena. They felt that his previous injuries had been unjust. Moreover, based on his current complexion, it was obvious that he had yet to fully recover. Even Duan Lingtian shook his head at this moment. If Luo Yuan hadn't been injured by Han Di, he might have been able to fight Yuan Moyu. It would have been hard to say who would emerge victorious. Now, however, there was practically no suspense. What happened next was exactly what Duan Lingtian and the others had expected. Luo Yuan entered the arena and fought Yuan Moyu. In less than 10 moves, he was defeated by Yuan Moyu. After all, his previous injuries had been too serious. Yuan Moyu, if it weren't for my injuries, I might not have lost to you. Luo Yuan said as he stared at Yuan Moyu unwillingly after his defeat. Right now, he seemed to have lost his rationality due to his failure and was venting all his frustration on Yuan Moyu. Yuan Moyu wasn't angered by Luo Yuan's words. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, I believe what you said. How about this? After the 7 prefectures banquet ends and you recover to your peak condition, you are welcome to find me at the Howling Sky sect of the Qingzhou Province Prefecture. At that time, we will have a proper battle. As for this time, I am sorry for taking advantage of you. After saying that, an apologetic look appeared on Yuan Moyu's face. Yuan Moyu's attitude made Luo Yuan feel as if he had punched a cotton ball. He had the feeling that he was powerless. At this time, if he continued to be overbearing, it would seem that he was petty. Moreover, it was common knowledge that his injuries had nothing to do with Yuan Moyu. In the end, Luo Yuan took a deep breath and left without saying anything else. With this, Luo Yuan was squeezed out of the top 3 and temporarily ranked 4th. I'm afraid Luo Yuan's ranking will drop again in the next round. Many people lamented. I really don't understand. Why didn't Luo Yuan just admit defeat today? That way, he wouldn't have had to suffer more injuries. Perhaps he would have recovered to his peak condition in 2 or 3 days. Some people felt pity for Luo Yuan. If that's the case, he might be able to return to the top. However, these people were immediately rebutted by others. You don't understand. So what if Luo Yuan has returned? After a few rounds, what do you think his ranking will be? That's right. As far as Luo Yuan is concerned, the only difference is the top 3. Otherwise, there wouldn't be much of a difference between 4th and 10th. Didn't you see? The 3 Heavenly Star Manor's upper echelons had ugly expressions on their faces. Evidently, none of them had expected that Luo Yuan would be crippled just like that. Sure enough, as everyone turned to look at the Heavenly Stellar Manor's 3 superpowers, it wasn't hard to notice that the expressions of the 3 superpowers' upper echelons were ugly. This Yuan Mou is an interesting person. Seeing Luo Yuan's sullen appearance in front of Yuan Mou, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile. It ended again. In addition, Duan Lingtian also knew that with Yuan Moyu's victory against Luo Yuan, he had temporarily entered the top 3 in the 7 Mansions Feast. The top 10 ranking battles for today's 7 Mansions Feast had ended. Number 2, Han Di, did not have the chance to challenge him. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The Seven Mansions Feast's top 10 ranking battles had begun. However, to everyone's surprise, Shimin, who was temporarily ranked 10th, had no intention of challenging Yang Qianye, who was ranked 9th. As for the others, they had either defeated him before or he was no match for them. As for Yang Qianye, he did not issue any challenges either. If the two of them had challenged Luo Yuan, who had yet to recover from his injuries, they might have been able to defeat him. However, both of them seemed to have their own pride, and neither of them challenged Luo Yuan. Soon, it was the turn of Ma Qihong, who was temporarily ranked 8th. After entering the venue, Ma Qihong glanced at the few people in front of him. Number 7, Wang Xiong, had previously challenged him and defeated him. Number 6, Tuoba Xiu, had never fought him before. However, during his previous battle with Yuan Moyu, his strength had already been comparable to Yuan Moyu's. Later on, he had awakened his bloodline and become even stronger. If he challenged Tuoba Xiu, he would definitely lose. Number 5, Lin Yuan. This was the person who had defeated Tuoba Xiu. Number 4, it seemed like only number 4 was left to challenge. Number 4. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ma Qihong issued a challenge to number 4, the person who had been defeated by Yuan Moyu the previous day. Ma Qihong's challenge caused an uproar. Ma Qihong sure knows how to take advantage of others. By doing this, Shimin and Yang Qianye seem to be of noble character. They are not willing to take advantage of others. Actually, you can't say that he is taking advantage of others, right? Ma Qihong has no other choice now. That seems to be the case. Of the people in front of him, Wang Xiong defeated him, Tuoba Xiu is no weaker than Yuan Moyu, and Lin Yuan defeated Tuoba Xiu. He definitely won't be able to enter the top 3. What's the point of challenging Luo Yuan now? He might as well give up. At least he can maintain a good reputation. This Ma Qihong, as the number 1 person among the younger generation in Tongleng province in the past, is not even qualified to carry the shoes of the current number 1 person among the younger generation in Tongleng province. A series of mocking voices entered Ma Qihong's ears, infuriating him so much that he almost went mad. These bastards! Yesterday, when Yuan Moyu had challenged Luo Yuan, why hadn't they said such things about him? Why had they said such things when he challenged Luo Yuan? Damn it! Bastards! If Luo Yuan hadn't appeared in time and confronted him with a gloomy expression, Ma Qihong might have gone crazy and started arguing with the crowd. Naturally, Luo Yuan had an unsightly expression on his face. Even if he had been at his peak, he still wouldn't have had complete confidence in defeating Yuan Moyu. But this Ma Qihong, who was he? If he had been at his peak and had held nothing back, he would have been able to make Ma Qihong admit defeat within 10 moves. Now, seeing that he was injured, Ma Qihong wanted to challenge him? Ma Qihong, it won't be that easy to defeat me. Luo Yuan's eyes gleamed coldly as he spoke. Ma Qihong was already filled with anger. When he heard Luo Yuan's words, he sneered and said, "Luo Yuan, you are an injured person. Instead of admitting defeat, you want to fight me? If that's the case, don't blame me for not taking pity on the injured." Before the battle had even begun, the smell of gunpowder between Ma Qihong and Luo Yuan had been thick. As a matter of fact, both Ma Qihong and Luo Yuan were filled with anger. There was no need to talk about Ma Qihong. Yesterday, Luo Yuan had been defeated by Yuan Moyu. Due to Yuan Moyu's tactful words, Ma Qihong had been unable to use his full strength. Today, it was at this moment that he was able to vent all of his grievances. As a result, when he had started fighting Ma Qihong, he had used a method of injuring himself to injure Ma Qihong. Not only had he been injured, he had also injured Ma Qihong, causing Ma Qihong to spurt out blood repeatedly. Ma Qihong had suffered considerable injuries during the final victory. While recovering from his injuries, he stared at Luo Yuan, who was glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, and cursed inwardly. At this moment, Ma Qihong suddenly felt that this 7 palaces banquet was filled with malice toward him. From the very beginning, things had not been going smoothly for him. Although he had obtained the number 4 token, Ma Qihong was not in a good mood. He was completely shrouded in gloom. This Mochi Hong. When Mochi Hong left the arena, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. He felt that Mochi Hong's challenge against Luo Yuan was a thankless task. So what if he had obtained the number 4 token? Wouldn't he be pulled down soon? Number 7, enter the arena. Following Lin Donglai's voice, the number 7, Wang Xiong, entered the arena and directly pulled down Yuan Moyu, who he had defeated earlier, and replaced him. Next, with the number 4 token, he challenged Yuan Moyu, who was ranked 3rd. Since Wang Xiong had defeated Yuan Moyu before, he could continue to challenge Yuan Moyu after replacing him. This was also within the rules of the Seven Palaces banquet. Wang Xiong is challenging Yuan Moyu? Until now, the strength that Wang Xiong has displayed is not weak at all. Even Mochi Hong was defeated by him. The strength Wang Xiong has displayed so far is inferior to Yuan Moyu's. I wonder if he is still hiding his strength. That's right. The previous few times, I thought that I had seen Wang Xiong's true strength. When I saw that he had continued to advance, I realized that I was too naive. This time, I don't dare to think that he had shown his true strength when he defeated Mochi Hong earlier. Wang Xiong, the prodigy of the famous mansion's Cold Mountain residence, was the biggest dark horse in the Seven Palaces banquet this time. Although Lin Yuan was also considered a dark horse, he was the external aid that the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect had found. Although he had revealed his strength step by step, everyone had thought that he was not simple from the beginning. Therefore, they were not too surprised by his performance. However, Wang Xiong was different. Before this, it was not only the people present, but even the prodigies in the famous mansion's Cold Mountain residence and most of the high-ranking officials did not know that Wang Xiong had such strength. I wonder if Wang Xiong can defeat Yuan Moyu and continue his undefeated legend. On the Chunyang School's side, many people were looking at Wang Xiong expectantly. Duan Lingtian was also looking at Wang Xiong. His eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. He also wanted to know if Wang Xiong would reveal his strength further. Up until now, it seemed like Wang Xiong had not unleashed his full strength. In fact, everyone was curious about Wang Xiong's true strength. Therefore, everyone was paying close attention to the battle that was about to begin. Moreover, the high-ranking officials of the various major forces in the distant prefectures were also looking forward to the battle when they learned that Wang Xiong, the dark horse from the famous mansion's Cold Mountain residence, was going to fight Yuan Moyu, the monster from the Azure State Mansion's Howl sect. Remember to tell me the result as soon as possible. Although I'm not present, don't just watch. Tell me more about the situation. Wang Xiong did not unleash his full strength earlier? It'll be really shocking if he can make it to the top 3. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the various major forces in the Seven Palaces were in an uproar. Chapter 4067. Wang Xiong had yet to display his strength that was comparable to Yuan Moyu's. However, the attention he received was much greater than Yuan Moyu's. Even Yuan Moyu looked solemn when he entered the arena to confront Wang Xiong. His eyes were full of vigilance, and he did not dare to underestimate Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong, I'm curious about your true strength, just like them. Yuan Moyu stared at Wang Xiong and said in a deep voice, if possible, I hope you can defeat me as quickly as possible. Otherwise, I won't give you the chance to show your strength slowly. Yuan Moyu's words conveyed one thing: he would not hold back. He would attack with all his might, and he would not play with Wang Xiong slowly. Wang Xiong smiled faintly when he heard Yuan Moyu's words. The Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qin is indeed different. If that's the case, let me see how the Heaven's Roar sect is like. After he spoke, Wang Xiong's originally indifferent aura suddenly changed. It became somewhat sharp, and his messy hair became even messier. As Lin Donglai announced the start of the battle, Yuan Moyu took the lead. It was just as he had said. He attacked with all his might, and blood mist surrounded his body. Just like when he defeated Tuoba Xiu, he displayed an extremely terrifying attack. It swept toward Wang Xiong like a storm. Wang Xiong's body also emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden light was like saber radiance and sword radiance, and it was extremely fierce. In the void, the light blade was so sharp that it seemed to cut the air into pieces. Then, as he raised and withdrew his hands, the saber radiance and sword radiance all converged and finally condensed into a golden sword radiance, which merged into the superior grade divine sword in his hand. Wang Xiong shouted softly, and the sword in his hand slashed down to meet Yuan Moyu's full attack. In an instant, it was as if Mars had collided with Earth. Waves of terrifying power exploded in the void like dazzling fireworks. At the same time, the aftermath of the terrifying power spread to the surroundings, but Lin Donglai, who had been prepared for it, easily neutralized it. When the smoke screen created by the shockwaves dissipated, two figures appeared in everyone's line of sight. Wang Xiong stood with his sword in hand. His sloppy figure was incomparably arrogant. On the other side, Yuan Mou had clearly retreated a certain distance. His body was on the verge of collapse, and traces of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. It was dazzling. Yuan Mou lost. Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little shocked when he saw this scene with his own eyes. Wang Xiong was actually so strong? As for the others, their thoughts were more or less the same as Duan Lingtian's. No one had expected that the battle between Yuan Moyu and Wang Xiong would end up like this. After a single move, Yuan Moyu was seriously injured. Wang Xiong seemed to be unharmed. Perhaps he was injured, but it was definitely a light injury. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to remain so calm. "You're stronger than me." After leaving this sentence, Yuan Moyu shook his head and sighed. He then turned around and walked back to where the people from the Heaven's Roar sect of the State Prefecture of Qing were. At this moment, a group of senior officials from the Heaven's Roar sect of the State Prefecture of Qing had a grave look on their faces. They had thought that Yuan Moyu would be able to get into the top 3, but now it seemed that this matter was a little uncertain. Where did this Wang Xiong from the Cold Mountain residence of the famous residents come from? Did the Cold Mountain residents find outside help? The group of people from the Heaven's Roar sect couldn't help but think so. However, they quickly confirmed that Wang Xiong was from the Cold Mountain residence of the famous Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong was originally a disciple of the Cold Mountain residence of the famous residents. However, the strength he displayed in the past was not considered to be monstrous, so he only had a little reputation in the Cold Mountain residence. People outside had never heard of him. However, few people knew about Wang Xiong in the past. After this 7 prefectures banquet, his reputation would not only shake the 7 prefectures, but even many people outside the 7 prefectures would know about him and even pay attention to him. So strong. At this moment, even Lin Yuan, who had always been calm, had a slightly grave look on his face. As for Tuoba Xiu, although she did not show any abnormalities on the surface, there was actually a huge uproar in her heart. At the same time, she felt a little bitter and felt that her chances of entering the top 3 were extremely slim. Number 5, enter the stage. While everyone was still shocked by Wang Xiong's strength, Lin Donglai had already spoken and let the next challenger enter the stage. Number 5 was Lin Yuan, the genius of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Now, it was supposed to be number 6's turn to enter the stage. However, due to the special situation of number 6, there was no need for her to enter the stage at all, so she was directly skipped over. Number 6 was Tuoba Xiu, the genius of the Yuan clan of the Underworld Mansion. She was a genius that the Underworld Mansion had put in all their efforts to cultivate. At this moment, there were still murderous gazes from the Originally sect of the famous residents staring at Tuoba Xiu. A few of the senior officials who were loyal to the Originally sect were even observing if there was a chance to directly kill Tuoba Xiu. In their opinion, as long as they could kill Tuoba Xiu, it did not matter if they were killed by the Underworld Mansion's experts next. It was worth sacrificing one of them to eliminate a hidden danger like Tuoba Xiu. Unfortunately, they could not find a chance at all. This was because the 3 intermediate god emperors from the Underworld Mansion were staring at them from the beginning. Moreover, even if the 3 intermediate god emperors from the Underworld Mansion were not watching, it would not be easy for them to kill Tuoba Xiu with Lin Donglai present. Earlier, they had even sent a voice transmission to Lin Donglai, wanting to make a deal with him. They wanted him to turn a blind eye and not interfere when they attacked Tuoba Xiu, who entered the stage next time. However, Lin Donglai rejected them directly. I don't seem to have any other choice. After Lin Yuan entered the stage, he looked at Yuan Moyu, who had just been defeated by Wang Xiong in the previous round. So far, he had not fought with Yuan Moyu. Of course, in the eyes of everyone present, Lin Yuan's strength was definitely stronger than Yuan Moyu's. This was because Yuan Moyu's strength was on par with Tuoba Xiu's. To be precise, he was on par with Tuoba Xiu before she had awakened the Blood Phoenix bloodline. If Tuoba Xiu was in his prime and prepared, he might be able to defeat Yuan Moyu. Do you choose to rest or enter the stage to fight with me? Lin Yuan looked at Yuan Moyu with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. On the other hand, Yuan Moyu had a bitter and helpless expression on his face. I'm no match for you. Even if you challenge me for this battle, I'll accept your challenge. I admit defeat. Although Yuan Moyu could apply for a break in this round, he did not do so. He knew that he was not Lin Yuan's match, so he did not waste any time to stop Lin Yuan from advancing further. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would definitely be able to reach his current position in the next round. He might as well give up his position in advance and stand at the back to watch Lin Yuan display his strength. The person being challenged will admit defeat if he doesn't enter the stage. Lin Donglai looked at Lin Yuan as he spoke. Now, as number 4, do you want to challenge number 3? According to the rules of the 7 Prefectures Banquet, you have entered number 4 without fighting, so you must challenge number 3. Of course, number 3 has already fought someone and can choose to rest. However, if he doesn't rest, you can either fight him or admit defeat and admit defeat. Number 3 was Wang Xiong, who had defeated Yuan Moyu earlier. Now, as Lin Donglai finished speaking, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yuan. More people's eyes were shining with anticipation. Lin Yuan had to challenge Wang Xiong. As for whether he agreed or not, it was up to Wang Xiong to decide. Lin Yuan could not avoid this battle. Number 3, enter the stage. Lin Yuan looked straight at Wang Xiong and said in a deep voice, "Of course, if you feel that you haven't recovered to your prime, you and I can fight again in the next round. I won't take advantage of you," Lin Yuan said. No need. However, just as many people were guessing that Wang Xiong might choose to rest and fight Lin Yuan again in the next round, Wang Xiong responded to Lin Yuan in this way and broke through the air and entered the stage in the blink of an eye. That was just a short exhaustion. I'll recover now. No need to wait for the next round. Let's end this quickly. I also hope that this 7 Prefectures Banquet will end soon. Wang Xiong entered the stage and confronted Lin Yuan. His eyes were solemn and sharp, and his temperament had changed again. He was no longer as lazy as before. He was also not as serious as when he faced Yuan Moyu. Now, he gave people a feeling that he was completely serious. This subtle change was also noticed by the onlookers. Suddenly, a group of people's eyes flashed with unprecedented anticipation. These 2 people didn't use their full strength earlier. For example, Lin Yuan didn't use his bloodline power when he defeated Tuoba Xiu. It's the same for Wang Xiong. He didn't use his bloodline power when he defeated Yuan Moyu. I'm really curious who is stronger between the 2. This Lin Yuan is said to be from a god-venerable family. A prodigy from a god-venerable family? No wonder he's so terrifying. I feel that Wang Xiong is the most terrifying. This Wang Xiong is from the famous Cold Mountain residence, but in the eyes of the people there, he has always been very ordinary. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to hide so well. While the crowd was bursting with anticipation, Duan Lingtian's eyes also flashed with some anticipation. Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong are going to fight so soon? In his opinion, if these 2 people were going to fight, it also meant that the 7 Prefectures Banquet was coming to an end. Perhaps both of them will have to use their full strength in this battle. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's expression became completely serious. This was because he felt that, compared to the current him, the true strength of these 2 people might not be any weaker. It would be difficult for him to win first place in this 7 Prefectures Banquet. Chapter 4068. Lin Yuan challenged Wang Xiong, who had just entered the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast and was currently ranked 3rd. One was the external aid that the mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect had found. He was suspected to be a prodigy from a godly, venerable family. The other was a hidden prodigy from the famous Cold Mountain residence. He was the biggest dark horse in this 7 prefectures feast. His strength was amazing, and he had defeated all the other prodigies along the way. A breeze blew, and the robes of the 2 young prodigies fluttered slightly. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down after Lin Donglai said, "Let's begin." Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the 2 to make their moves. However, neither of them made a move. The crowd was not surprised by this. After all, at their level, it was not necessarily a good thing to strike first. If one was caught by the opponent, even if they did not lose their chance of winning, they would still be at a disadvantage temporarily. Under normal circumstances, being at a disadvantage temporarily would not have much of an impact. However, if the opponent seized the opportunity and attacked relentlessly, it could become one's greatest disadvantage. Who is stronger between the 2? Lin Yuan? Wang Xiong? The discussion of the group of pure Sun sect's disciples resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Their discussion was actually the same as Duan Ling Tian's. He was also curious about who was stronger between the 2 of them. Furthermore, the 2 of them would be his most troublesome opponents in the competition for first place in the 7 prefectures feast. In the end, Wang Xiong made the first move. The moment he made his move, his sword pierced through the air. A dazzling golden sword ray shot directly towards Lin Yuan. It looked like a simple sword move, but it made the faces of the prodigies turn solemn. This sword strike appeared to be very simple. It was a casual stab. However, the aura on the sword ray made all of them feel a dangerous aura. The one who felt it the most was naturally Lin Yuan, Wang Xiong's current opponent. As Wang Xiong's sword moved, the indifference on Lin Yuan's face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. He had obviously sensed that Wang Xiong's sword move was not simple. In the next instant, Lin Yuan also moved. A destructive aura rose from his body. Then a top-tier divine sword also rose into the air. It carried a frightening destructive aura as it swept out. The sword swept out like a burning stick, causing the void to tremble. It let out a bellows-like roar as it met Wang Xiong's sword. A moment later, the sweeping sword and the thrusting sword collided with one another. At the moment of collision, silence reigned. After a short while, a loud sound was heard without any warning. Then, the battle between the destructive power and the golden power intensified. Whoosh! While the first wave of attacks clashed, Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan didn't stay idle. Both of them moved at the same time, drawing their swords and darting towards each other. Then it was a round of close combat. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Their chi energy wreaked havoc, and the air in the entire void shook. The spectators could feel that the void space in front of them was not very stable. Clearly, the battle between the 2 had affected the stability of the space to a certain extent. Bang! A loud sound was heard. It was Lin Yuan who stepped into the air. His entire body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the clouds and disappeared. A moment later, another loud sound was heard. It was Wang Xiong who had chased after him. After a while, a series of loud noises came from the top of the clouds. The clouds that were originally gathered together also dispersed, and there was a cloudless blue sky in everyone's vision. The 2 of them didn't fight for long above the clouds. Soon, they stepped into the air again and descended. In the eyes of the spectators, the 2 of them fought more and more fiercely. It didn't take long for both of them to display amazing strength. The strength that Wang Xiong displayed was no weaker than when he defeated Yuan Moyu. The same was true for Lin Yuan. The strength that he displayed now was no weaker than when he defeated Tuoba Xiu. Moreover, as they continued to fight, the strength of the 2 seemed to be still rising. These 2 have been hiding so much of their strength? Looking at the history of the 7 prefectures feast, there should be very few such monsters in the history, right? They're not even 10,000 years old, but they have such battle strength? Lin Yuan might be a genius from a godly venerable level clan. But this Wang Xiong, what's up with him? Does this Wang Xiong also have a godly venerable level clan behind him? There is indeed a godly venerable level clan with the surname Wang in the vicinity of the 7 prefectures. However, I heard from the people in the Cold Mountain residence that Wang Xiong grew up in the Cold Mountain residence. His parents are ordinary disciples of the Cold Mountain residence. He shouldn't be related to that godly venerable level clan. While the crowd was discussing, Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more solemn. These two still haven't reached the end? Now, he was already feeling tremendous pressure. If these two continued to show their strength, it would be harder for him to win first place than to climb to the heavens. In fact, to him, to win first place, he didn't need to defeat the two in front of him at all. He only needed to fight to a draw with them. However, if these two continued to show their strength and displayed even greater strength, then, even if it was a draw, he had no confidence in winning. Now, Duan Lingtian wasn't the only one who had a solemn expression. The Consonance Mansion's Qitian Sect's genius, Han Di, had an extremely ugly expression because the strength displayed by the two in the field had far surpassed his. Looks like there's no hope for the top 3 this time. Han Di sighed inwardly. In fact, to him, whether or not he could enter the top 3 was actually not that important, but to the Qitian sect, it was extremely important. It was also because of this that the Qitian sect had spent a great deal of effort to cultivate him in secret. Thinking of this, Han Di glanced sideways at the Qitian sect's senior executives. As expected, the group of people didn't look too good. It feels like their strength is stronger than Duan Lingtian's. Seeing that the two in the field were beginning to activate their bloodline power, Han Di's heart stirred as he thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian didn't use his bloodline power back then, he has a law clone. However, he didn't use his law clone back then, but his strength was already stronger than mine. I just don't know if his law clone boosts his strength as much as the bloodline power of these two people. If it does, perhaps he'll have a fighting chance. If it doesn't, he'll definitely lose. Although Han Di and Duan Lingtian had only displayed their strength for a brief moment back then, Han Di still had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. In the field, Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong had displayed their bloodline power one after another. However, they were still evenly matched. I'm afraid these two will end up in a draw. Now, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian who thought so. Even the senior executives of the various manors and major forces present, including the Middle God Emperors, basically thought so too. Based on the current situation, the two of them didn't seem to be holding back anymore. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was fine. If these two people were even stronger, he really wouldn't have any hope of securing first place in this 7 Manors banquet. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and his pupils abruptly shrank. Something's not right. At the same time that Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank, Yi Chenfeng, who was sitting on a small floating island, had a subtle change in his originally calm expression. Somewhat interesting. In the field, the originally evenly matched situation was directly broken with Wang Xiong's sudden burst of strength. Swoosh! The crisp sound of the sword emitted a dazzling golden light, but at the same time, there was an extremely sharp aura that tore apart Lin Yuan's attack in one fell swoop and then defeated Lin Yuan. The originally deadlocked situation was directly broken. Wah! Lin Yuan was sent flying, and blood spurted out of his mouth. When he looked at Wang Xiong again, his eyes were filled with disbelief. This is the fledgling form of Sword Dao? In fact, Lin Yuan was also proficient in the sword. In fact, he had spent a lot of effort to master Sword Dao, and he already had some understanding of the fledgling form of Sword Dao, and there was hope for him to master it. However, there was only hope for him to master it. In today's battle with Wang Xiong, he realized that in terms of Sword Dao, Wang Xiong's attainment was also very deep and was not weaker than his. In fact, Wang Xiong was probably just a step away from mastering the fledgling form of Sword Dao. Just like him. In the intense battle with Wang Xiong, he actually had the intention to train himself, so he didn't hold back and went all out. However, he didn't expect that in the end he would break through the bottleneck of Sword Dao comprehension and master the fledgling form of Sword Dao, helping Wang Xiong instead. Many thanks. At this moment, Wang Xiong's face was filled with joy, and at the same time, he bowed slightly to thank Lin Yuan, who was sent flying by him. His tone was also filled with unconcealable excitement. Forget it. Lin Yuan sighed. You and I are originally evenly matched. Now that you have mastered the fledgling form of Sword Dao, I am no match for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan retreated. As the host, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect also sighed subconsciously. He originally thought that with Lin Yuan around, the first place of the 7 prefectures banquet was already set in stone. However, he didn't expect that in this 7 prefectures banquet, there would be an anomaly like Wang Xiong. Previously, although he knew that Wang Xiong was not weak, he didn't expect him to be so strong. Wang Xiong won? When Lin Yuan left the stage, the crowd was stunned. It was only after a while that they regained their senses one after another, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Wang Xiong defeated Lin Yuan? Just now, he seemed to have mastered the fledgling form of Sword Dao? He broke through at the last minute and defeated Lin Yuan? At the 7 prefectures banquet, everyone was shocked. Even Duan Lingtian's gaze when he looked at Wang Xiong again was filled with seriousness. This Wang Xiong had mastered the fledgling form of Sword Dao, and his strength had increased. This would also be his greatest opponent in this 7 prefectures banquet in order to obtain the first place. On the other hand, the Cold Mountain residence of the famous residence was filled with joy. Even the middle-level God Emperor expert leading the Cold Mountain residence didn't expect Wang Xiong to be able to defeat Lin Yuan. He thought that it would be good enough if he could draw. However, he didn't expect Wang Xiong to master the fledgling form of Sword Dao at the crucial moment and defeat Lin Yuan in one move. Chapter 4069. A breakthrough in battle could happen to anyone, and it was a kind of opportunity for everyone. Wang Xiong's last-minute breakthrough had not only helped him, but it had also helped the Cold Mountain residents behind him. Now, in everyone's opinion, Wang Xiong not only had a chance to be in the top 3, but he had a chance to be in the first place. With Wang Xiong's strength, even Duan Lingtian might not be a match for him, right? Many people thought so. There were even people who said what they thought. After all, although Duan Lingtian had only briefly displayed his strength, according to some middle-level God Emperors, they were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. Duan Lingtian's strength is not a match for Wang Xiong's current strength. My patriarch also said that Duan Lingtian is most likely not a match for Wang Xiong. As some middle-level God Emperors spoke, a group of people suddenly felt that Duan Lingtian would definitely be defeated if he went up against Wang Xiong. Duan Lingtian's strength was at most on the same level as Lin Yuan's. If an ordinary person had said this, others might have doubted it. However, it was not just one middle-level God Emperor who said this. Moreover, they were middle-level God Emperors from different factions. Under such circumstances, no one doubted it. At this time, even the group of prodigies from Chunyang School did not look too good. Of course, the ones with the worst expressions were the group of higher-ups from Chunyang School. Other than Yi Chenfeng, who still looked calm, Lu Fenggu, Zhen Pingfan, and the others did not look too good. They all felt that Duan Lingtian would not be a match for Wang Xiong. Some disciples from Chunyang School could not help but want to ask Duan Lingtian, but when they saw Duan Lingtian's serious expression, they all shut up. At the same time, they also confirmed that Duan Lingtian would not be a match for Wang Xiong. Even a group of middle-level Emperor God experts said so. This matter is obviously true. What a pity! I originally thought that the Duan Lingtian would take first place in the 7 prefectures feast. Yeah, what a pity! Although many people in the Chunyang School were communicating with each other, they were all transmitting their voices to each other. They were afraid that they would irritate the Duan Lingtian and their elders. After all, it was not a good thing for the Chunyang School. Of course, there were also people who were happy. For example, Machi Hong from the Machi clan. Machi Hong glanced at Duan Lingtian with a brilliant smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, so what if your strength has improved? So what if I'm still inferior to you? I, Machi Hong, have no chance of taking first place in the 7 prefectures grand banquet, and neither do you. Now, Mochi Hong was directly mocking Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, as if he had completely forgotten that even if Duan Lingtian didn't have a chance to win the first place, he would definitely be in the top 3. When Duan Lingtian heard Mochi Hong's voice transmission, he was stunned at first. Then, he turned his head and looked deeply at Mochi Hong. Even if I can't take first place, I think I have no problem getting into the top 3. Unlike someone who has no chance of getting into the top 3. Maybe he doesn't even have a chance of getting into the top 5? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, the corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. This caused the smile on the corner of Mochi Hong's mouth to freeze. His expression instantly turned gloomy as killing intent flashed in his eyes. When Duan Lingtian saw that Mochi Hong had stopped talking, he withdrew his gaze and ignored him. As far as he was concerned, this Mochi Hong was nothing more than a clown. However, Lin Yuan had actually failed to challenge Wang Xiong. This was something that no one had expected beforehand. Even Duan Lingtian had not expected this. Especially after Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong had fought, he felt that it was more likely that the two of them would end up in a draw. However, he did not expect Wang Xiong to have a breakthrough at the critical moment and master the fledgling sword Dao. His strength had risen to another level, allowing him to defeat Wang Xiong in one fell swoop. Let's go! Since Lin Yuan had failed to challenge Wang Xiong, and Wang Xiong had chosen to rest and did not continue to challenge, the 7 prefectures banquet ranking battle had come to an end. The next round would begin the next day. Wang Xiong was number 3, and Han Di was number 2. He did not have the qualifications to challenge Duan Lingtian. However, after witnessing Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan's strength, Han Di was mentally prepared to withdraw from the top 3. Even if Wang Xiong displayed even more shocking strength later on, he was still numb to it. In this 7 prefectures banquet, the biggest dark horse was Wang Xiong. Time and time again, he had refreshed everyone's understanding of him. When Duan Lingtian returned with the Chunyang School's group, it was very quiet along the way. Everyone had a tacit understanding and did not mention anything about what had happened earlier. Even Zhenping Fan did not send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian this time. He was afraid that he would give Duan Lingtian too much pressure. As for advising Duan Lingtian to admit defeat if he felt that he was not a match for Wang Xiong, he did not say anything. At this point in the 7 prefectures banquet ranking battle, it was no longer important whether one was injured or not. As for dying, that was impossible. Therefore, he did not say much. Everything was up to Duan Lingtian's own wishes. In fact, when everyone returned, the situation of the 7 prefectures banquet had also spread to Chunyang School. The group of decision-makers in Chunyang School, as well as the group of intermediate god emperors, were all silent this time. Although they were a little disappointed. After all, they had previously thought that Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning first place in the 7 prefectures banquet. However, when they realized that even if Duan Lingtian could not win first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, he could at least get into the top 3, they were a little relieved. This was much better than what they had expected at the beginning. In addition, there was also Yang Qianye, who was in the top 10. Even if Duan Lingtian only got into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet, their Chunyang School would still be able to get 5 spots this time. 5 spots were enough. Elder Yi, is something the matter? Seeing that everyone from Chunyang School, including Zhenping Fan, had left, not only did Yi Chenfeng not return to his residence, but he also followed him to his residence. Duan Lingtian, who had just noticed him, could not help but be stunned. Let's go in first. Yi Chenfeng smiled. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he could not help but think, why did this elder Yi follow me here? To comfort me? That's not necessary, right? Moreover, it was not the first day that this elder Yi knew him. He should not think that he was that weak, right? Duan Lingtian. After entering the courtyard of Duan Lingtian's residence, Yi Chenfeng casually waved his hand and took out a formation plate. He then set up an isolation formation, isolating himself and Duan Lingtian inside. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression became slightly serious. This elder Yi most likely had some secret matter to tell him. Was it about the ultimate spiritual abode? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but light up. Enter the small world in my body and observe the true meaning of the sword principle that I have comprehended from the inspiration I received from the exchange with your master. Although it is not perfect, it might be of some help to you. After all, the sword principle that you have mastered is of the same origin as your master's, and so is it. While Duan Lingtian was looking forward to Yi Chenfeng talking about the ultimate spiritual abode, he did not receive any news about it. Instead, he received such words. Regarding this, although Duan Lingtian was a little disappointed, he could not help but smile bitterly. Elder Yi, that is the sword principle that you have mastered. It is not appropriate to pass it on to me, is it? The true meaning of the sword principle was something that affected the improvement of the sword principle. If the level of the sword principle was compared to the character level of the role-playing online games on Earth in his previous life, then the true meaning of the sword principle was the experience used to level up. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Yi Chenfeng shook his head and said, I benefited a lot from the exchange with your master. The true meaning of the sword principle was also inspired by him. It can be said that most of it came from him. Now, it is only natural that I return this favor to you. Yi Chenfeng said matter-of-factly. Moreover, you have seen your current situation. If I am not wrong, you do not have the confidence to defeat Wang Xiong now, right? I don't know if you have hidden your strength before. If not, I am afraid that you have no hope of fighting him to a draw. Even if you have the hope of fighting him to a draw, it will be difficult to defeat him. If that is the case, why don't you observe the sword principle that I have just comprehended? If you can comprehend something from it, it may be of great help to your strength. It had to be said that Duan Lingtian was moved by Yi Chenfeng's words. After a moment, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Elder Yi, I will not say any sentimental words, and I will not say any more. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor in my heart. You don't have to do this. Yi Chenfeng shook his head and said, I just told you that this favor is repaid to your master. When I mentioned you to your master many times, I could see how much he valued you. In his eyes, you are no different from his own son. All right, time is limited. You can enter my small world now. I will demonstrate my newly comprehended sword principle true meaning inside. It is the same sword principle true meaning that you and your master have grasped. Then, with Yi Chenfeng's cooperation, Duan Lingtian also entered his small world. Yi Chenfeng's small world was an empty and barren land. The only things that could be seen everywhere were the sword-shaped stones that were suspended in the sky. These sword-shaped stones were of different sizes. Some were suspended in the void, some were rooted in the barren land, and some were like pillars that pierced through the sky and earth of Yi Chenfeng's small world. While Duan Lingtian was observing Yi Chenfeng's small world, Yi Chenfeng's voice echoed in his ears. I have named this small world, Sword World. Each of these sword-shaped stones in front of you has a sword principle mark that I have left on them. Of course, the sword principle marks on some of them have faded a lot due to the passage of time. However, they all have the sword principle mark. Without the sword principle mark, the stones will automatically turn into dust and cease to exist. Chapter 4070. All the sword-shaped rocks had sword Dao imprints on them? Duan Lingtian's curiosity was piqued when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. His eyes immediately fell on a nearby sword-shaped rock. At first glance, this sword-shaped rock looked no different from an ordinary rock carved into a sword. However, when Duan Lingtian carefully looked at it, especially when his divine consciousness enveloped it, he could feel the fierce aura contained in it. At this moment, every sword carved into the rock seemed to reflect the sword Dao's true meaning to his divine consciousness. Every sword strike was different. However, this sword Dao's true meaning did not follow his path, so it was not of much help to him. That is, after a while, Duan Lingtian looked at another larger sword-shaped rock not far away. He could see a dozen lines of words carved on it. The words on it could not be connected into a sentence, but every stroke of the words contained a strong sword Dao true intent. When one's spiritual perception enveloped it, It was as though one could see a sword Dao expert carving these words. Duan Lingtian looked at a few more sword-shaped rocks before he came back to his senses. He came back to his senses because Yi Chunfeng spoke again. Next, I will show the sword Dao's true meaning that I have newly comprehended in my small world. They were all inspired by your master, and the source is no different from the source of the sword Dao that you have mastered. They are different paths leading to the same goal. However, the sword Dao's true meaning that I have comprehended is actually not very helpful to my sword Dao. At least, not for the time being. However, I heard your master mention a bold idea. 2 different sword Daos may be able to merge into one in the end. 10,000 methods to one, 10,000 Daos to one. There was such a saying a long time ago. 2 different sword Daos may be able to merge into one in the end. Moreover, according to my and your master's guess, if 2 sword Daos were to merge into one in the end, the power would definitely not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. After hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Duan Lingtian realized that his master, Feng Qingyang, and Yi Chunfeng were discussing the merging of 2 different sword Daos. Wasn't this too bold? Now, this was the only thought in Duan Lingtian's mind. After all, even his current sword Dao was strenuous for him to comprehend. If he were to divert his attention to comprehend other sword Daos, he would be powerless to do so. Most importantly, his cultivation still needed to be improved. Time was running out, and the pressure on his body was too great. He could not compare to Yi Chunfeng at all. Yi Chunfeng might have already reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and only needed an opportunity to break through. Therefore, he did not need to spend too much time on increasing his cultivation. But he was different. This time, if Yi Chunfeng hadn't said that his newly comprehended sword Dao was from the same source as his sword Dao, he definitely would have declined Yi Chunfeng's favor. This was because if the source of the sword Dao was different from the one he had grasped, it would not be of any help to him in the short term. Even if he had the heart to observe, it would only be a waste of time. Then, as Yi Chunfeng began to display his newly comprehended sword Dao true meaning, a series of afterimages with swords flashed past. Duan Lingtian's eyes were completely attracted. After watching for a while, he saw a familiar figure among them. He is indeed walking the sword Dao of my master and mine. He doesn't need to spend too much time on improving his cultivation. He is just willful and has already begun to comprehend the second sword Dao. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He really could not compare to him. However, after a while, Duan Lingtian's heart was only left with shock. Oh my God! How long has it been? Elder Yi has already comprehended the sword Dao that is from the same source as my sword Dao to such an extent? Moreover, there are many new things mixed into it. This is a sword Dao genius? Now, Duan Lingtian realized that there were many things in Yi Chunfeng's newly comprehended sword Dao that were of great help to him. He even felt that Yi Chunfeng's comprehension might be able to bring his sword Dao to a higher level and step into the next level. In that case, his attainments in sword Dao might even surpass the current Yi Chunfeng. Of course, he also knew that with Yi Chunfeng's current talent in sword Dao, even if he temporarily surpassed him, Yi Chunfeng might catch up later. Elder Ye's sword Dao earlier must have fallen into a bottleneck. Moreover, it is a bottleneck that is even more ridiculous than my bottleneck. Otherwise, with his talent in sword Dao, it is impossible that he has not broken through after such a long time. This time, if I can really bring my strength to a higher level with Elder Ye's help, I will definitely not treat him unfairly. Along the path of sword Dao, Duan Lingtian had actually walked out many things of his own. Previously, when he shared with his master could also comprehend some things. His current sword Dao was following his master's path in the beginning. Later on, most of it was his own comprehension, which could be considered his own sword Dao. After a while, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about it and completely calmed down to observe the sword Dao that Yi Chunfeng displayed. Because they were of the same origin, Duan Lingtian did not expend much effort to observe. Moreover, every once in a while, he would gain a certain level of comprehension and inspiration. Gradually, he really immersed himself in it. He forgot why Yi Chunfeng was displaying sword Dao to him at this time, and also forgot why he was observing Yi Chunfeng's sword Dao at this time. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Early the next morning, Yi Chunfeng greeted Lu Fenggu and Zhen Pingfan without waking Duan Lingtian. Today's ranking battle shouldn't have anything to do with Duan Lingtian. After all, there is still Han Di behind him. Today, it will definitely end with Wang Xiong defeating Han Di. Of course, we can't rule out Wang Xiong directly challenging Duan Lingtian. However, I don't think he will, Yi Chunfeng said. Yi Chunfeng said, so, the two of us will temporarily not go over today. If Wang Xiong challenges Duan Lingtian, I'll bring him over. At this moment, Yi Chunfeng did not know how Duan Lingtian was doing. However, if there was no need, he did not disturb Duan Lingtian since he had not woken up on his own. Moreover, in his opinion, Duan Lingtian would not be able to comprehend too much in just half a day and a night. Lu Fenggu and Zhen Pingfan were not stupid. When they heard Yi Chunfeng's message, they knew that Yi Chunfeng was giving Duan Lingtian special treatment. He intended to help Duan Lingtian at this last moment. If Duan Lingtian's strength could be improved further, it might not be impossible for him to fight Wang Xiong to a draw. As for defeating Wang Xiong, Lu Fenggu and Zhen Pingfan were not the only ones who did not dare to think about it. Even Yi Chunfeng did not dare to think about it. Now, even Yi Chunfeng's greatest wish was that Duan Lingtian could defeat Lin Yuan and fight Wang Xiong to a draw, thus securing first place in this 7 prefectures feast. Duan Lingtian was the first to reach the top, so he had an absolute advantage in this aspect. When the group of people from Chunyang School set off, the others also noticed that Duan Lingtian and Yi Chunfeng were not there. They thought that they had gone ahead of time, but when they arrived, they realized that the two were not there. At this moment, the other higher-ups of Chunyang School had also vaguely guessed something. There was no lack of smart people among the group of prodigies from Chunyang School. Of course, they did not feel good about this. At this point, what's the point of cramming at the last minute? Tomorrow at the latest, Wang Xiong will definitely challenge Duan Lingtian. Yeah, even if Wang Xiong does not challenge Duan Lingtian today, he will definitely challenge him tomorrow. Let's think of something better. Who knows, maybe Duan Lingtian and Elder Yi will bring us some surprises. Although this idea is a little whimsical, we are Chunyang School's disciples. Shouldn't we think of them? When the people from Chunyang School arrived, the people from other prefectures and other forces naturally noticed that Duan Lingtian and Yi Chunfeng were not there. Many people guessed the reason for this. Even more people snorted at this idea. Even the people from Chunyang School felt that this was meaningless, let alone the others. Don't tell me that Yi Chunfeng wants to make Duan Lingtian's strength rise to a higher level in these 2 days? Wishful thinking. If Wang Xiong challenges Duan Lingtian later, even if Duan Lingtian is in seclusion, he will still have to come. However, I think that Wang Xiong will most likely not challenge Duan Lingtian. While many people snorted at the reason why Duan Lingtian and Yi Chunfeng were not there, Mochi Hong from the Mochi clan had a mocking smile on his face. Things have already come to this, and he's still thinking of cramming at the last minute? Naive. Ridiculous. At the same time, at the Han Mountain residence of the Daming Mansion, the leading intermediate god emperor looked at Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong, what are you thinking? Are you going to challenge Duan Lingtian today? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiong shook his head. I've already thought about it yesterday. I'll challenge Han Di today and Duan Lingtian tomorrow. Do you think I'm afraid that he'll improve in the last 2 days and become the champion of the 7 prefectures banquet? It's not that I can't challenge him today. However, I'm worried that if I change my mind at the last minute, it'll give birth to an inner demon that will affect my future cultivation. Wang Xiong had already decided to challenge Han Di today. If he changed his mind at the last minute, even if others did not say anything, he would not be able to deceive himself. He would think that he was worried that Duan Lingtian would improve greatly in the last day and become a threat to him. Once this kind of fear was born, it would have a significant impact on his future cultivation. He did not want to lose a watermelon after picking up sesame seeds. When the intermediate god emperor from the Han Mountain residence heard Wang Xiong mention the 2 words inner demon, His expression changed slightly. He quickly said, "Just do as you wish." It's impossible for him to improve much in just a day. An inner demon was no joke. Perhaps it might not come. However, if it did, it would be a disaster. In the history of the Han Mountain residence of the Daming Mansion, there was an ancestor who was devoured by an inner demon and died under the heavenly tribulation that he could have easily passed. Chapter 4071. Although Duan Lingtian and Yi Chen-feng were not present, the Seven Prefectures banquet continued as usual. Furthermore, on this day, the top 10 rankings of the Seven Prefectures feast, apart from the final order of the top 3, the rest of the rankings were basically made clear. On this day, Wang Xiong advanced to second place after Han Di admitted defeat without a fight. Due to the rules, Lin Yuan could not challenge second place in advance. However, he would definitely replace Han Di in the next round and take third place. There was almost no suspense in this matter. As for the rest of the rankings, they were all out. Yang Qinya and Shimin were definitely the last 2 places. Based on the current situation, Shimin, who was in 10th place, obviously had no intention of competing with Yang Qinya for 9th place. In front of the two, Luo Yuan was in 8th place, and Mo Qihong was in 7th place. Tuoba Xiu was in 6th place. Yuan Moyu was in 5th place. Lin Yuan was in 4th place. Han Di was in 3rd place. Wang Xiong was in 2nd place. Duan Lingtian was in 1st place. These were the rankings when the Seven Prefectures banquet ended at noon. Everyone knew that there would not be much change in the rankings. Now, more people were looking forward to the battle between Wang Xiong and Duan Lingtian the next day. Tomorrow Lin Yuan, who is in 4th place, will definitely replace Han Di and take 3rd place. Wang Xiong will challenge Duan Lingtian. Yeah, if Duan Lingtian wins the battle between Wang Xiong and Duan Lingtian tomorrow, there will be no suspense. However, if Duan Lingtian loses, Duan Lingtian and Lin Yuan will fight for 2nd place the day after tomorrow. I think it's almost impossible for Duan Lingtian to win. Didn't you see that he didn't come today? Moreover, Elder Yi Chen-feng from Chunyang School didn't come either. Duan Lingtian is obviously cramming at the last minute. He did this because he doesn't have the confidence to defeat Wang Xiong or even tie with Wang Xiong. I think so too. In this Seven Prefectures banquet, the dark horse Wang Xiong will undoubtedly take 1st place. I wonder who is stronger, Duan Lingtian or Lin Yuan. You'll know the day after tomorrow. Now, Wang Xiong had become the hot favorite to win the Seven Prefectures feast this time. There were even people who wanted to place bets for the 1st place in the Seven Prefectures feast, but were unable to do so. This was because almost no one felt that Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning against Wang Xiong. As for Lin Yuan, he had already lost to Wang Xiong. Unless Duan Lingtian defeated Wang Xiong and lost to Lin Yuan would not have the chance to challenge Wang Xiong again. For example, after Tuoba Xiu was defeated by Yuan Mou, she no longer had the qualifications to challenge Yuan Mou. Even if everyone knew that her current strength had improved by another level. However, as long as Yuan Mou did not lose to her opponent, she would not have the chance to challenge Yuan Mou again. However, even if Duan Lingtian doesn't win 1st place in the Seven Prefectures feast this time, it's certain that he'll be in the top 3. This time, Chunyang School is still the biggest winner. Many people couldn't help but sigh when they thought of the gains of Chunyang School this time. That's right. This time, Chunyang School has 2 people in the top 10. Even if Duan Lingtian only enters the top 3, Chunyang School will be able to obtain 3 places to enter the Sacred Land Mystic Realm. In addition to Yang Chenya's 2 places, there will be a total of 5 places. As for the Hanshan residents, even if Wang Xiong wins 1st place, there will only be 4 places. It's not even as good as Chunyang School. In this Seven Prefectures feast, I wouldn't be too surprised if people like Lin Yuan, Tuoba Xiu, Luo Yuan, or Yuan Mou won 1st place, let alone Duan Lingtian. But Wang Xiong really surprised me. Who isn't? Who would have thought that this Seven Prefectures feast would end up being Wang Xiong's one-man show? Up until now, almost everyone's eyes and attention had been focused on the Han residence prodigy, Wang Xiong. Everyone felt that Wang Xiong would win first place in this 7 prefectures feast. There was no doubt about it. As for Duan Lingtian, many people had been paying attention to him previously. However, after Wang Xiong displayed his strength, the number of people who were paying attention to him decreased. Naturally, no one would deny that Duan Lingtian was outstanding. However, this was the reality. Even if you were outstanding, as long as someone was more outstanding than you, people would pay more attention to you. This was the reason why the first place was the most popular while the second and third place were the least popular. In fact, the gap between them was not that big. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the first place in the 7 prefectures feast had already been determined. Even if he knew, he would not have cared. Since he came from the mundane realm, he had experienced many things that were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even the old antiques who had lived for tens of thousands of years in the realms of gods might not have as much experience as he did. This was because the natives of the realms of gods had a higher starting point and spent most of their time cultivating. Their lives were not complicated. For this reason, the natives of the realms of gods were not as resilient as the outsiders who came from the Devata realms. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was fully immersed in comprehending Yi Chenfeng's Sword Dao true intent. This Sword Dao true insight came from the same source as the Sword Dao he'd grasped, and it achieved the same result by different means. So he was able to comprehend it with twice the result with half the effort. His Sword Dao was improving at a rapid pace. After all, his attainments in the Sword Dao had practically stagnated in the past. This was because he felt he had already comprehended what he needed to comprehend. It would be difficult for him to find another path. However, after comprehending Yi Chenfeng's Sword Dao, Duan Lingtian felt like a man who was dying of thirst in the desert finally had water to drink. It seems like you've gained some insights. Yi Chenfeng, on the other hand, was demonstrating his Sword Dao to Duan Lingtian as he watched the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression. A faint smile crept up the corner of his mouth. I'll help you as much as I can. How much you can accept will depend on your luck. Initially, I planned to share my insights with you after the 7 prefectures banquet. However, it seems like I've brought it forward. However, even if you've comprehended my Sword Dao, I'm afraid it won't be difficult for you to defeat Wang Xiong. I only hope you'll be able to tie with him. In that case, the first place in the 7 prefectures banquet will be yours. However, suddenly Yi Chenfeng seemed to have thought of something and shook his head. If you only tie with Wang Xiong and win the first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, those heavyweight ultimate gods forces might not be interested in you. Forget it. Let's leave it to fate. Even if you miss this opportunity, with your talent and comprehension, you'll be invited by those heavyweight ultimate gods forces sooner or later. In fact, with Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, it would not be difficult for him to join a heavyweight ultimate gods force. In fact, he could even be accepted by them without waiting for them to recruit disciples. However, the problem was that joining them and inviting them were two completely different concepts. If he was invited, he could negotiate with them and they would not treat him badly. However, if he joined them himself, there would be no preferential treatment. Being a heavyweight ultimate god and having a large family business, the benefits were out of reach for some of the disciples who had just joined the sect. Moreover, unless they displayed talent and comprehension that surpassed their peers, it would be very difficult for them to enjoy such treatment. The 7 prefectures banquet was now empty. Behind the clouds above the 7 prefectures banquet, the Jade Palace was still suspended in the air. Even when Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan fought earlier, both of them had passed through the clouds and entered the 7 prefectures banquet. The group of Emperor God experts at the 7 prefectures banquet also paid attention to the 7 prefectures banquet, but they did not discover the existence of the Jade Palace. The Jade Palace was like a heavenly palace. Accompanied by the clouds surrounding it, it was like an immortal's paradise. Now, in a courtyard in front of the Jade Palace, there was an old man and a young girl sitting at a stone table. On the other side of the stone table, there was a beautiful woman and a middle-aged man standing respectfully. The old man and the young girl were an old woman and a young girl. "Great-grandmother, just tell me, Did my brother get first place in the 7 prefectures banquet? The young girl looked at the old woman and asked coquettishly. The old woman shook her head and smiled. You little girl, why are you in such a hurry? Can't you just wait a little longer? If you want to know if he got first place in the 7 prefectures banquet, can't you see for yourself tomorrow? Hearing the old woman's words, the young girl frowned slightly. But, isn't the gap between my brother and Wang Xiong huge? Great-grandmother, why don't you make a move and injure Wang Xiong, or make him have diarrhea so that he can't fight tomorrow or can't use his full strength even if he fights? The young girl's eyes turned as she spoke to the old woman with a crafty expression. When the old woman heard this, she rolled her eyes angrily. If I make a move, wouldn't that be too much of a bully? Moreover, you should know that some things can't be changed carelessly. I haven't punished you for meeting him rashly the last time. Hearing the old woman say this, the young girl instantly pouted her small mouth and said with a pitiful expression, Great-grandmother, didn't I also not tell my brother why I know him? Moreover, I found an excuse. As she finished speaking, a complacent smile appeared on the young girl's beautiful face. With that excuse of yours? The old woman glared angrily at the young girl. In my opinion, there's no need to mention that excuse of yours. Now, perhaps even he himself has some doubts. But some things can't be thought through just because you think it through. In any case, before the time I told you about, you can't meet him face to face. At most, you can only hide in the shadows and watch him like you are now. As the old woman spoke, her tone became a bit harsher. When the young girl heard this, she instantly didn't dare to say anything more, but her pitiful appearance was even more moving. Chapter 4072. After the people from the various mansions and forces returned to their respective mansions, noon finally arrived. It ended earlier today. I'm already looking forward to the 7 mansions banquet tomorrow. Tomorrow, Wang Xiong will challenge Duan Lingtian. Although I know Wang Xiong will definitely win, I still want to see Duan Lingtian in action. After all, he's a monster from a Devata realm, and he's not even 3,000 years old. If you didn't mention this, I would have forgotten. Duan Lingtian is only 3,000 years old. As for Wang Xiong, he's more than 8,000 years old. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he has a huge advantage in terms of age. Well, it can't be helped. Why didn't Duan Lingtian be born a few thousand years earlier? Generally speaking, it's not that there aren't any monstrous geniuses around Duan Lingtian's age, but they haven't grown up yet. They haven't even entered the stage of a low-level divine emperor, so they're not qualified to participate in the 7 mansions banquet. Since the people from the various mansions and forces had nothing better to do, they began to gossip. From the beginning to the end, they talked about the 2 main characters of tomorrow, Wang Xiong, Duan Lingtian. As for the others, only Lin Yuan was mentioned occasionally. Moreover, they felt Han Di would most likely admit defeat if Lin Yuan challenged him tomorrow. Time also quietly passed by as they discussed. In just a blink of an eye, night had fallen. In the temporary residence of the people from Chunyang School. In a spacious courtyard, Yang Qianye stood in front of a table. An old man sat behind the table. He was Yang Qinye's master, Yuan Hanjin. Yuan Hanjin sat in front of the table and waved at Yang Qianye with a smile on his face. There's only the 2 of us here. There's no need for you to be so reserved. Qianye can just stand. Yang Qianye looked at Yuan Hanjin calmly and said. Upon seeing Yang Qianye's reaction, Yuan Hanjin did not mind. He knew Yang Qianye's personality had changed after the great incident. At the same time, he did not insist. You did well this time. I'm very satisfied with your ranking in the top 10 of the 7 mansions banquet. My father is very satisfied as well. When we return this time, the Pingsheng lineage will spare no effort to nurture you. In addition, my father, who is also your grandmaster, will also apply for resources from the sect to nurture you so that you can catch up to that Duan Lingtian and even surpass him. He's ahead of you now, but that doesn't mean he'll always be ahead of you. At the very least, I think you can surpass him. At that time, you can avenge your childhood friend and kill him. Perhaps, at that time, you'll have the ability to kill Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Yuan Hanjin smiled. As soon as Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, Yang Qianye immediately added, I just received news that Long Qingchong is dead. Obviously, Yuan Hanjin didn't expect Yang Qianye to say something like that. His first reaction was to reveal a look of astonishment. His disciple already knew about this? After all, he only found out so quickly because of his father. It was his father, Yuan Pingxing, the patriarch of the Chunyang school's Pingxing lineage, who had personally gone to the Tianlong clan and killed Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. His father had done this to prevent Yang Qianye from becoming a wolf who would kill his master. As expected, he knew. Yang Qianye naturally noticed the shock on Yuan Hanjin's face. At the same time, he was even more certain that Yuan Pingxing was the one who killed Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. His purpose was to cover up Yuan Hanjin's crime. How did you know about this? Yuan Hanjin asked. Master, have you forgotten that I'm from the 10,000 Devil sect? Many people from the 10,000 Devil sect are in the Tianlong clan, right? Yang Qianye asked rhetorically. Realization dawned on Yuan Hanjin when he heard this. For a moment I did forget about this. In fact, Yang Qianye had rarely contacted the 10,000 Devil sect since his father's death. Moreover, the people he was familiar with from the 10,000 Devil sect who had joined the Tianlong clan had basically all died. The few who did not die had long lost their soul marks in their soul orbs as time passed, and they could no longer communicate with each other. However, Yuan Hanjin did not know about this. Master, do you know about this too? Yang Qianye asked. Just now, Yuan Hanjin acted as if he did not know about Long Qingchong's death. Otherwise, he would not have told Yang Qianye that Yang Qianye would kill Long Qingchong to avenge his father. Of course I don't know. Yuan Hanjin also came back to his senses at this time and realized that his reaction just now was a little excessive. He hurriedly shook his head and said, I just heard you say that he died, so I was stunned for a moment. I really didn't expect that he would die before you killed him. It seems that he has offended many people. Do you know how he died? Yuan Hanjin asked curiously. There was indeed curiosity on his face and in his eyes. However, he did not know that his behavior was a little too pretentious. At least, in Yang Qianye's impression of his master, even if he was very curious about something, he would not show such an expression. I heard that he was killed by force in the Tianlong clan. Yang Qianye said indifferently. Killed in the Tianlong clan? Yuan Hanjin was shocked. Doesn't that mean that the person who killed him did not fear the Tianlong clan's great protective formation? Yes. Yang Qianye nodded. According to my 10,000 Devil sect elders in the Tianlong clan, the Tianlong clan's great protective formation is not something that can be ignored even by a lower god emperor. Only a god emperor or above has the ability to enter the Tianlong clan and kill the Tianlong clan's clan master under the threat of the Tianlong clan's great protective formation. Yang Qianye said. Middle god emperor? Yuan Hanjin raised his eyebrows and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qingchong, was also a fool. He even dared to provoke a middle god emperor, so he deserved to be killed in his own clan. As his voice fell, Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Qianye and said, You wanted to kill him to avenge your father, but now that he is dead, do you feel that you have no more goals? When I first heard that Long Qingchong died, I felt that way. Yang Qianye nodded. However, after a while, I remembered that I still have an enemy, Duan Lingtian. So, I am still very motivated to become stronger. While saying this, Yang Qianye was saying something else in his heart. My goal is you, Yuan Hanjin. Before you, Yuan Hanjin, die, as long as I, Yang Qianye, have a breath, I will not stop my footsteps to become stronger. Of course, although Yang Qianye hated Yuan Hanjin to the core, he did not show it on the surface. This was because he knew that the moment he exposed himself, Yuan Hanjin and his father would definitely make the first move. He was not afraid of death. However, he did not want to die in the hands of Yuan Hanjin and his son. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die in the hands of others after killing Yuan Hanjin and his son. That's good. Yuan Hanjin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. I was worried that you would lose your motivation after knowing that the person who killed your father had died. Now that I hear you say this, I'm relieved. Very good. You did not disappoint me. The current Yuan Hanjin had a kind expression on his face. If it was the Yang Qianye of the past, he might have been happy with Yuan Hanjin's encouragement. However, at this moment, there was only hatred for Yuan Hanjin left in the depths of his heart. When he saw Yuan Hanjin's hypocritical attitude, he felt extremely disgusted. All right, you can go back and rest. Tomorrow, let's see how your enemy is defeated. Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Qianye and said with a faint smile. It was as though he could not wait for Duan Lingtian to be defeated by Wang Xiong and not be able to win first place. However, Yang Qianye only replied with a yes before he left. Would Duan Lingtian lose? Thinking of this, although Yang Qianye was not very optimistic in his heart, when he thought of Duan Lingtian's calmness and composure when facing Duan Lingtian, he could not help but be slightly shaken. However, it is indeed very, very difficult for him to defeat Wang Xiong. Yang Qianye thought to himself. The current Yang Qianye was only thinking of killing Yuan Hanjin and taking revenge for his father. As for Duan Lingtian, as of now, he really did not see Duan Lingtian as an enemy. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for most people. As the 7 Prefectures banquet gradually came to an end, many people felt a sense of loss. When the 7 Prefectures banquet had just started, many people felt that the process of the 7 Prefectures banquet was slow and hoped to enter the later stages of the ranking battle as soon as possible. However, now that the ranking battle had really come to an end, they all felt that time had passed too quickly. Or rather, the 7 Prefectures banquet had progressed too quickly. Let's go. Early the next morning, when the Chunyang school students gathered, they also saw Yi Chenfeng, who they had not seen for a day. They only saw Yi Chenfeng look at everyone, greet them, and then lead the way to the 7 Prefectures banquet. Where is Duan Lingtian? Lu Fenggu asked. He did not see Duan Lingtian, and at the same time, he also noticed that Zhen Pingfan was not there. However, he was more concerned about Duan Lingtian. As for Zhen Pingfan, he might have already gone there. He will come with nephew Zhen later, Yi Chenfeng said. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Fenggu did not say anything more. As long as Duan Lingtian could arrive in time, it was fine. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian really did not have the confidence to secure first place, it did not matter whether he was there or not. Thinking of this, Lu Fenggu felt relieved. Among the other people from Chunyang School, many people thought that Duan Lingtian was going to forfeit. According to the rules of the 7 Prefectures banquet, if the challenged person did not show up within 15 minutes, it would be considered as admitting defeat. Duan Lingtian is not here yet? When the people from Chunyang School and the host of the 7 Prefectures banquet, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Hell sect also arrived. The people from the various prefectures who had yet to see Duan Lingtian looked as if they had discovered a new continent and stared in the direction of the people from Chunyang School. Chunyang School's Elder Yi Chenfeng is here. Duan Lingtian is not here. Is he going to forfeit? It should be. I guess he is not confident, so he chose not to come and indirectly forfeited. How disappointing. I originally wanted to see him fight with Wang Xiong. Now it seems that it has become an extravagant wish. Chapter 4073. Many people were surprised that Duan Lingtian did not show up at the 7 Prefectures banquet today. Of course, most people thought that Duan Lingtian had given up. Coward! Over at the Mochi clan's side, Mochi Hong sneered. Even if I was defeated by Wang Xiong, at least I have the courage to face him. Duan Lingtian, you don't even have the courage to face Wang Xiong. You don't deserve to be compared to me, Mochi Hong. The current Mochi Hong swept away the haze from before. It was as if he had trampled Duan Lingtian under his feet. Although Duan Lingtian did not show up, the battle for the top 10 of the 7 Prefectures banquet continued as usual. However, the people in front, even those who were qualified to issue challenges, did not continue to do so. The first battle was between Lin Yuan, the prodigy of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Hull sect, who was temporarily ranked 4th, and Han Di, the prodigy of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Chi Tian sect, who was temporarily ranked 3rd. Han Di will probably admit defeat, right? Today, many people thought that Han Di would admit defeat. However, to everyone's surprise, Han Di did not admit defeat this time. He entered the arena and was only defeated after exchanging 10 moves with Lin Yuan. Of course, he admitted defeat after he was completely at a disadvantage, so he did not suffer any injuries. This Han Di is a smart person. Over at the Chunyang school's side, Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly and said, he basically did not fight before. Now that he's fighting, it's obvious that he wants to show his strength to the people behind him. This way, the people behind him won't hold on to him. In fact, Lu Fenggu and the other Chunyang school's higher-ups had already guessed what Yi Chenfeng was talking about. However, that wasn't what they were focusing on right now. Their focus was on Duan Lingtian, who had not entered the ring yet. Although they guessed that Duan Lingtian might really give up, as people from the Chunyang school, they still hoped that Duan Lingtian would show up. In addition, some people also noticed that Zhen Pingfan was not there. Some of them believed that the reason why Zhen Pingfan wasn't there was to protect Duan Lingtian. After all, it wasn't safe to leave Duan Lingtian alone there. Some people also thought that maybe Zhen Pingfan would bring Duan Lingtian along with him later. Number 2, please enter. Lin Donglai spoke in a clear voice under the watchful eyes of the crowd at the 7 Prefectures feast. In the next moment, the biggest dark horse of the Feast of the 7 Prefectures, Wang Xiong of the famous prefecture's Cold Mountain residence, slowly stepped out into the air. He was still dressed in a slightly sloppy manner, with a wine gourd hanging from his waist. As he walked, his body swayed as if he was already somewhat drunk. I challenge number 1. The genius of Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong immediately issued a challenge to Duan Lingtian, who was temporarily ranked 1st in the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. Even though Duan Lingtian wasn't there, Wang Xiong's eyes were still locked in the direction of the people from Chunyang School. His eyes were burning with anticipation. Although everyone present felt that Duan Lingtian was most likely going to give up. However, he felt that Duan Lingtian might not give up. There was no meaning in giving up. Even if he wouldn't be laughed at, it would definitely affect Duan Lingtian's future path to becoming a powerhouse. Not to mention other things, just the inner demons that might appear in the future made it unlikely that Duan Lingtian would choose to give up. On the path to becoming a powerhouse, failure wouldn't necessarily affect oneself. However, if one didn't even have the courage to fight, it would definitely affect one's mentality. Once one's mentality was affected, the inner demons would take advantage of the situation to invade. As Wang Xiong issued the challenge, the crowd instantly went into an uproar. A group of people still felt that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to appear and that he must have given up. Let's just wait 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, if Duan Lingtian doesn't appear, Wang Xiong will win. I really didn't expect that the battle for the first place in the Feast of the 7 Prefectures would be so boring. I wonder if Duan Lingtian will come tomorrow and compete with Lin Yuan for the second place in this Feast of the 7 Prefectures. Although the top 3 in the Feast of the 7 Prefectures are only competing for the 3 Holy Land Mystic Zones for their respective factions, the individual rewards for second and third place are still somewhat different. Who knows, Duan Lingtian might choose not to come tomorrow and give up. While the crowd was discussing animatedly, time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. There's still 15 minutes left. At this moment, the host, Elder Lin Donglai of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Hull sect, looked at the Chunyang school's side and said loudly, "If Duan Lingtian doesn't appear after 15 minutes, it will be considered as admitting defeat." As soon as Lin Donglai said this, many people from the various prefectures and factions felt that his reminder was unnecessary. At this time, Duan Lingtian would definitely not come. Great-grandmother, will Big Brother come? Behind the clouds in the Jade Palace, a young girl looked nervously at the old woman and asked worriedly, "Can't you just continue watching?" The old woman shook her head and smiled, then continued to look at the mirror image in front of her. The mirror image was the scene of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. The people from the various prefectures and factions could be seen, but the main focus was still on the center of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. Wang Xiong of the Hanshan residence of the Daming Prefecture was a close-up of the mirror image. Almost as soon as the old woman finished speaking, the eyes of the young girl who had been staring at the mirror image in front of her suddenly lit up. "He's here. Big brother is here." In the mirror image, a purple figure appeared out of thin air. After he appeared, he directly faced Wang Xiong and looked at him calmly. It was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's sudden arrival caused a hint of understanding to flash in Wang Xiong's eyes. Just as he had guessed, it was very likely that Duan Lingtian would not come. At the same time, when Duan Lingtian teleported, the crowd was in an uproar. "Duan Lingtian is here? Why did he appear at this time? Is he busy with something?" In my opinion, he is deliberately mystifying in order to attract our attention. So what if he is here? Even if he is here, he is still no match for Wang Xiong. Although Duan Lingtian's timely appearance was surprising, more people were not optimistic about him. They felt that even if he did not surrender, he would still be defeated by Wang Xiong. "He's here. Duan Lingtian is here." On the Chunyang school's side, although most people felt that Duan Lingtian's appearance was useless, they were inexplicably excited. After all, he was the genius of their Chunyang school and represented the face of their Chunyang school. Although it was not shameful to give up without a fight, it was still shameful. Now that he had appeared, even if he was defeated, it would be a glorious defeat. After Duan Lingtian's appearance, Zhen Pingfan also arrived and sat beside Yi Chenfeng. After greeting Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu, he looked directly at Duan Lingtian in the field with a hint of doubt in his eyes. As for what he was doubting, only he knew. "Today you will see." At this time, Yang Qianye heard the words of his master, Yuan Hanjin, saying, "Your enemy, although a genius, is not invincible." Among his peers, there are still people who can defeat him. Upon hearing Yuan Hanjin's words, Yang Qianye did not respond. He did not show any other emotions, but his heart was filled with disdain. Although Wang Xiong was Duan Lingtian's peer, how old was Wang Xiong compared to Duan Lingtian? An 8,000-year-old young heaven's pride and a 3,000-year-old young heaven's pride, how could they compare? On the Mochi clan side, Mochi Hong frowned slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian was not here, he felt that he was stronger than Duan Lingtian because he did not give up when Wang Xiong challenged him. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian gave up. At that time, he felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. But now, that sense of superiority that he had yet to fully enjoy had completely disappeared. Duan Lingtian was here. So what if he's here? He's still going to lose. A sneer appeared on the corner of Mochi Hong's mouth. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he felt Duan Lingtian was not a match for anyone but himself. "Duan Lingtian, I've long heard of your name." Wang Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as he said, "An intermediate divine emperor who's not even 3,000 years old from a Devata realm. Although I'm also a divine emperor when I was your age, I'm nothing compared to you." Wang Xiong's words were, in fact, a compliment to Duan Lingtian. However, the others were still shocked when they heard this. Wang Xiong was not even 3,000 years old, but he had already become a divine emperor? Even the group of people from the Han Mountain residence were astonished because they didn't know Wang Xiong. They didn't know that Wang Xiong had become a godly emperor at such a young age. This was because Wang Xiong had only joined the Cold Mountain Mansion 1,000 years ago. Moreover, his performance had always been mediocre, and he had been overshadowed by the other young prodigies in the Cold Mountain Mansion. After all, Wang Xiong had always been concealing his strength and had never shown it to others. "Our battle today has nothing to do with age." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "The Seven Mansions banquet is a stage for young prodigies below the age of 10,000. You and I stand at the same height. If you defeat me, you'll be the champion of the Seven Mansions banquet. If you can't defeat me, I'm afraid you'll have to settle for second place." Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. He did not seem discouraged at all. Even so, no one felt that he was confident in his own strength. They only felt that he was stubbornly holding on. He knew that he was going to lose, but he still cared about his reputation and stubbornly held on. If I can't defeat you and settle for second place, I'll accept it. Wang Xiong smiled faintly. He did not seem annoyed by Duan Lingtian's words at all. It was as though there was no difference between first place and second place to him. Since both of you are here, let's begin. Lin Donglai glanced at both of them before he spoke bluntly, interrupting their conversation. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and Wang Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly. However, the eyes of the onlookers lit up immediately, and they straightened their backs. Their reactions were even greater than Duan Lingtian and Wang Xiong. Chapter 4074. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong's body glowed with golden light. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have turned into a golden sun, his body burning with golden flames. Of course, this was not a flame, but a manifestation of the fusion of the law of gold and divine power. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian's purple robe began to flutter without any wind, he did not have Wang Xiong's mighty aura. He stood there like an ordinary expert. Buzz. Suddenly, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a golden light swept across the void like a blade cutting through the sky, cutting through the air and splitting Duan Lingtian into two. This light figure seemed to have appeared out of thin air. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong's body turned into a shadow and gradually dissipated. On the other side, Duan Lingtian's body also turned into a shadow. First, it was split into two, then it quickly dissipated. Before many people had the time to react, the sound of a sword whistling rapidly rang in their ears. In the next instant, there was another sound similar to the burning of the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong caught up with Duan Lingtian, who had teleported away to avoid his attack. The high-grade divine sword in his hand released a dazzling golden light as he continuously attacked Duan Lingtian. The embryonic form of sword principle that he had just mastered was also displayed at this moment. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had yet to draw his sword, let alone display his sword principle. Around him, the space storm raged. Every time the gray space storm moved, it seemed to cause the void to tremble, directly affecting the space. Wherever Wang Xiong's sword light went, the space storm raged and pushed back, forcefully stopping it. Of course, the crowd was not surprised when they saw this scene. Anyone with eyes could see that Wang Xiong had yet to use his full strength. Perhaps he had not even used half of his skills. Under such circumstances, it was normal for Duan Lingtian to be able to deal with it without drawing his sword. It would be abnormal if he could not. After all, he was the #1 genius of the younger generation in Tonglung province, whom even Han Di, the genius of the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Qitian sect, was ashamed of his inferiority. Wang Xiong's sword became more and more frequent and faster. From the initial probing to the next step of fierce attacks, it made people feel as if their gazes were drifting, unable to cope with it. At this time, one could imagine the pressure Duan Lingtian was under. As for Duan Lingtian, when Wang Xiong made his next move, he also made his move. Whoosh! A clear sword cry resonated in the air. The moment Duan Lingtian's prominent grade divine sword appeared, it instantly overshadowed the sword in Wang Xiong's hand. The sword ray that carried a sharp sword chi tore through the air. Not only was it pleasing to the eye, but it also sent chills down one's spine. It was as though one could clearly feel the sharp sword intent contained in the sword. This is the sword Dao? Wang Xiong has only just comprehended the embryonic form of sword principle, but Duan Lingtian has already stepped over the embryonic form of sword principle and grasped the true sword principle. In terms of sword Dao, Wang Xiong can't even catch up to him. Today, Duan Lingtian is only a medium divine emperor. If Duan Lingtian was a senior divine emperor, even if his comprehension of the law profundities is not as good as Wang Xiong's, he would still be able to fight Wang Xiong to a draw with his sword Dao. Who knows, he might even be able to defeat Wang Xiong. What a monster! He's not even 3,000 years old, but he already has such achievements. This is unheard of in the history of the 7 prefectures. Genius! A true genius! Although the people present felt that Duan Lingtian had no chance of winning this battle, it did not affect their recognition of Duan Lingtian's strength and innate talent. For a young prodigy who was not even 3,000 years old to reach this stage in the 7 prefectures grand banquet, it could be said that this was absolutely unprecedented in the history of the 7 prefectures. It's a pity he was born too late. If he was born 1,000 years earlier, he would definitely be the champion of the 7 prefectures grand banquet this time. That's right. With his innate talent and comprehension, if he's given 1,000 years, his strength will definitely surpass Wang Xiong's current strength. This is fate. Many people felt that it was a pity for Duan Lingtian. They felt that Duan Lingtian did not get to participate in the 7 prefectures grand banquet at his best age. Otherwise, he would definitely be the brightest star in the 7 prefectures grand banquet this time. However, although he was still shining brightly, Wang Xiong had overshadowed most of his brilliance. His attainments in the law of metal that he has comprehended are actually so strong. Most importantly, the law of earth that he has comprehended is not weak at all. After exchanging blows with Wang Xiong many times, Wang Xiong gradually revealed a stronger strength. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had also revealed a step more of his strength. They were in a stalemate all along. During this process, Duan Lingtian had wanted to find Wang Xiong's weakness many times and take the opportunity to push him into a disadvantageous position or even defeat him. However, he did not have the chance to do so. Although Wang Xiong seemed to be attacking crazily, his defense was very good as well. Duan Lingtian could not find any weakness at all. What made Duan Lingtian sigh with emotion was that while he was looking for Wang Xiong's weakness, Wang Xiong was also looking for his weakness. Wang Xiong's rich combat experience did not seem like a native of a plane of gods who was not even 10,000 years old. This Wang Xiong is not that simple. He must have experienced many battles before entering the cold mountain residence in the Daimon's mansion. While Duan Lingtian was guessing like this, Wang Xiong was also extremely shocked. This Duan Lingtian, a young man who's not even 3,000 years old, how can he have such rich battle experience? I used to be a seckless cultivator who grew through battles. Later on, I entered the planar battlefield and killed my way here. It was only after I left the planar battlefield that I entered the cold mountain residence in the Daimon's mansion. Wang Xiong was confident that his combat experience would not lose out to the older generation in the 7 prefectures. He also felt that it was difficult to find a match among his peers. Previously, he had felt that his opponent's combat experience was mediocre. He felt that his opponent relied more on his strength. However, when it came to Duan Lingtian, he felt as though he was fighting against those old monsters who had rich combat experience and were on par with him in the planar battlefield. Duan Lingtian had been looking for his weakness all this time. He even had a feeling that once Duan Lingtian grasped hold of his weakness, he would most likely be defeated. Is Duan Lingtian really not even 3,000 years old? Even if someone from the Devata realm has rich combat experience, how can he have such combat experience at such a young age? Wang Xiong could not figure it out. However, the pressure that Duan Lingtian gave him made him unable to continue the stalemate with Duan Lingtian. Soon after, he showed his strength. I'd like to see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Today I, Wang Xiong, will defeat him in my strongest form and become the champion of the 7 prefectures grand banquet. With this thought in mind, Wang Xiong, who was still in a stalemate with Duan Lingtian, suddenly soared into the sky. His body shone brightly like a blazing sun. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian teleported to the distance when Wang Xiong shot up into the sky. He stared at Wang Xiong from afar. His expression turned solemn at this moment. The warm-up was over. Next, it was time to determine the victor. At this moment, everyone could see Wang Xiong's determination. Divine energy surged from Wang Xiong's body as he gradually revealed the profundity from the law of metal. The high-grade divine sword in his hand did not move, but the sword light that flickered on it carried a sharp sword intent, giving people a feeling of unparalleled sharpness. Wang Xiong is not going to waste any more time with Duan Lingtian and is going to determine the victor? It's obvious. Now that Wang Xiong is serious, how many moves do you think Duan Lingtian can take? I think he can take at least 30 moves. After all, he is the #1 prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglung province. Earlier, the stalemate between Duan Lingtian and Wang Xiong caused many people to feel unsatisfied, and they were slightly depressed and aggrieved as they watched. Now, when they saw that Wang Xiong was about to explode, the emotions of the crowd were stirred up. Duan Lingtian. As the golden light around him soared, Wang Xiong's voice could be heard. The warm-up is officially over. Next, you and I will decide the outcome of this battle. That's what I want. When he heard Wang Xiong's words, Duan Lingtian responded calmly. The space storm around him rose, and the prominent divine sword in his hand turned into a sword chi that circled around his body like a protective divine sword. Take my sword, Wang Xiong roared. Then his body swayed, and like a golden giant, he stepped across the sky. When his foot landed, the void shook. At the same time, with a deafening roar, a huge golden sword chi flew across the sky like a rainbow and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. When the sword was unleashed, the sky seemed to change color. Even Lin Donglai, who was resisting the power, turned serious. What a powerful sword move! Seeing Wang Xiong's amazing sword move, the faces of the crowd turned serious. Great! On the other hand, Duan Lingtian spoke out in a timely manner. Wang Xiong shouted out in a low voice. Since you want me to receive your sword strike, then I'll receive your sword strike. Duan Lingtian's body swayed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong's sword was slashed in front of him. Just when many people thought that Wang Xiong's sword would miss, I've been waiting for you to teleport. Wang Xiong laughed. Then, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, he pushed his sword backward. The prominent divine sword in his hand emitted a golden light that whizzed toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The momentum of this sword strike was even stronger than the one he had slashed out before. It was as if he had used his trump card at the most critical moment. Amazing! What a good timing! Seeing Wang Xiong's move, many of the Emperor God experts' eyes lit up. Some of them couldn't help but praise Wang Xiong. Meanwhile, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect had a nervous expression on their faces as they broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. End of chapter. Chapter 4075. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Xiong turned around and swung his sword at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had launched his attack the moment Duan Lingtian appeared. The moment Duan Lingtian's figure completely appeared, it was already in front of him. Even Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl School, who supported the 7 Prefectures feast, tensed up. He was ready to save Duan Lingtian's life when he was in danger. As for whether or not Duan Lingtian would be injured, he could not guarantee it. As the host of the 7 Prefectures feast, he could intervene, but only when the outcome was already decided. Now, although everyone, including him, thought that Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape from Wang Xiong's sword and would be injured even if he did not die, he still did not intervene. He was afraid that there would be variables. Once there was a variable, not only would his intervention be unnecessary, but it would also affect the fairness of the feast. Just like now. It seemed that Duan Lingtian's life was in danger, but it was not the most dangerous moment yet. If he intervened now, he would be able to stop Wang Xiong. But what if Duan Lingtian had the ability to face the situation? What if he was not afraid of this attack? Although this "if" was very unlikely, it was still possible. No matter how small the possibility was, it was still a possibility. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to focus all his attention on the scene. Once Duan Lingtian was really unable to block this sword strike and his life was in danger, he would make a move. At that time, it would be time for him to intervene. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, not only was Lin Donglai vigilant, but even Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu of the Chunyang school were on alert, ready to intervene at any time. Zhen Pingfan's expression was also solemn. His robe began to flutter even though there was no wind. The divine power in his body was ready to burst out at any time. However, in the next instant, the tense nerves of these vigilant people completely relaxed. This was because Duan Ling Tian, who had just appeared, was only hit by Wang Xiong's sword, but what was hit was still an illusion. The disappearance of the illusion meant that the original body was unharmed. How is this possible? Wang Xiong's expression changed. Then, as if he had thought of something, his pupils shrank as he subconsciously exclaimed in shock, "Your attainments in space law have actually reached such a level?" In that instant, a word suddenly popped up in his mind: double teleportation. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored Wang Xiong's cry of shock. After teleporting to Wang Xiong's side, Duan Ling Tian slashed out with his sword. As the sword struck out, a spatial storm wreaked havoc, bringing with it a murderous intent that swept towards Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong also reacted at this time. He hurriedly pushed out his sword horizontally. The sword light exploded and met Duan Ling Tian's sword that contained the true way of the sword. In an instant, the power of the two collided. At first, it was incomparably quiet, like cotton hitting cotton. However, in the blink of an eye, a blazing white light suddenly erupted. It was the spatial storm that collided with the resplendent golden power, evolving into another extremely terrifying explosive power. This power, to Duan Ling Tian, could be easily destroyed. However, to Wang Xiong, who had acted hastily, it was a little too strong. His entire body was instantly sent flying. However, at the critical moment, a golden armor shadow rose from the surface of Wang Xiong's body. The appearance of the defensive artifact also helped him share part of the injury. Puff! However, even with the defensive artifact sharing the injury, Wang Xiong was still injured, and his injury was not light. Even though he quickly took a few divine elixirs, his face was still as pale as paper. He's injured. Wang Xiong is injured. Wang Xiong's injury caused an uproar. No one had expected that Wang Xiong, who was almost certain to win in their eyes, would be the first to be injured in the battle with Duan Ling Tian. However, after Wang Xiong was injured, he used the recoil force to quickly leave and widen the distance between him and Duan Ling Tian. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his gaze was even more solemn. In fact, from the beginning, Wang Xiong did not have any intention of underestimating Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian's strength was still beyond his imagination. Duan Ling Tian had actually mastered the second teleportation. One should know that the second teleportation could only be achieved after combining many space law ultimacies together. In the Shengang land and other realms of gods, there were very few people, even among the lower-rank emperor gods, who could achieve this. Most of those who had mastered the second teleportation were at least middle-rank emperor gods, and without exception, they were all experts who were skilled in the space law. It's the second teleportation. Duan Ling Tian has actually mastered the second teleportation. Due to the sudden change in the situation, in addition to Wang Xiong's injury, most of the people's attention was diverted. Until Wang Xiong stopped and the scene calmed down, the group of Emperor God experts at the scene were the first to come back to their senses. The second teleportation. Duan Ling Tian had mastered the second teleportation. What is the second teleportation? At this time, some of the young geniuses were also puzzled. Second phase teleportation is a technique that can only be grasped by experts who are proficient in the laws of space after comprehending the laws of space to a certain extent. In the 7 prefectures, those who have grasped second phase teleportation are all existences above the level of middle god emperor. You should be able to understand now, right? As some of the Emperor God experts started to explain, the young geniuses who didn't know what the second instant movement meant started to understand what it meant. The second teleportation was a sign that an expert who was skilled in the space law had comprehended the space law to a certain extent. In the 7 prefectures, experts who were skilled in the space law and had mastered the second teleportation were all middle-rank Emperor Gods and above. Of course, there was an exception now. Duan Lingtian. He had mastered the second teleportation when he was only a middle-rank emperor god. This also meant that Duan Lingtian's attainment in the space law was comparable to the middle-rank emperor gods who were skilled in the space law in the 7 prefectures. What does the second teleportation mean? Isn't teleportation something that can be done over and over again? This is not difficult for anyone who is skilled in the space law to do. Some of the young geniuses were also puzzled by the definition of the second teleportation. Soon, someone explained to them, it is true that teleportation can be done over and over again. However, there is a pause time between the 2 teleportations. If Duan Lingtian had done the second teleportation as you said, do you think he would have been able to dodge Wang Xiong's attack? Wang Xiong's attack still amazes me when I think about it. If Duan Lingtian had not mastered the second teleportation, he would have been the one who was injured, not Wang Xiong. A normal second teleportation has a pause time. However, the second teleportation does not have a pause time. You saw it just now. After Duan Lingtian teleported for the first time, there was only a shadow and he was gone. That is the sign of the second teleportation. The second teleportation, after the first teleportation, even if you saw him, you would not be able to hurt him because he could teleport for the second time without any pause. As someone explained, those who did not know much about the second teleportation also understood the meaning of the second teleportation. They were shocked. Teleportation could be done like this? At the same time, they realized where Wang Xiong had fallen. Wang Xiong was injured not because he was weak, but because he did not know that Duan Lingtian had mastered the second teleportation. He thought that he could hit Duan Lingtian with his attack, so he attacked with all his might. As a result, when Duan Lingtian attacked him later, he did not have time to react, nor did he have time to use too much strength to defend himself. Duan Lingtian could be said to have caught him off guard. However, it is unbelievable that a middle celestial emperor could master the second teleportation. In the 7 prefectures, those who could master the second teleportation were all middle celestial emperors and above. Maybe because of this, Wang Xiong did not expect Duan Lingtian to have mastered the second teleportation. At this time, the crowd could not help but exclaim at the strength of Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space. He had even mastered the second teleportation. Previously, I thought that Wang Xiong's comprehension of the law of metal was heaven-defying. In the 7 prefectures, only lower celestial emperors and above could compare to his attainments in the law of metal. However, I did not expect Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space to be comparable to his attainments in the law of metal. As one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space is famous for being difficult to comprehend. Now, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space should be similar to Wang Xiong's comprehension of the law of metal. However, because the law of space is a supreme law, it is stronger in actual combat. Even if it is stronger, it is not by much. If Wang Xiong was not injured earlier, with just this and the sword principle that he has mastered, he should not be able to overcome the difference in cultivation level and defeat Wang Xiong. He might not even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wang Xiong. But now, Wang Xiong is injured, and we don't know how serious his injury is. If it is serious, Duan Lingtian might be able to secure first place in the 7 prefectures feast this time. Wang Xiong's injury was out of everyone's expectations. At this moment, even the divine emperors present on the scene were shocked by Duan Lingtian's second teleportation. Even the people from the Pure Sun sect were a little confused at this moment. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space were so high? He had even mastered the second teleportation? This brat did not tell me that he had mastered the second teleportation. Zhen Pingfan exclaimed with widened eyes. I did not expect it either. Yi Chenfeng shook his head at this moment. If I had known, perhaps I would not have needed to spend so much effort. Although there seemed to be some resentment in his words, Yi Chenfeng's lips curled into a faint smile at this moment. This could be considered a pleasant surprise. He had not expected Duan Lingtian to have mastered the second teleportation. End of chapter. Chapter 4076. It was common knowledge that Duan Lingtian was proficient in the law of space. Furthermore, everyone present knew that Duan Lingtian's mastery of the law of space was profound. He was no weaker than any of the high-level celestial emperors in the 7 prefectures who were proficient in the law of space. He was even comparable to some of the lesser god emperors who were proficient in the law of space. However, Duan Lingtian's second teleportation today had shocked everyone. In the 7 prefectures, only a few medium god emperors who were proficient in the law of space could perform the second teleportation. He's not even 3,000 years old, but his comprehension of the law of space has already caught up to mine. I guess I've wasted my tens of thousands of years. When the news of Duan Lingtian performing the second teleportation spread to the various powers in the 7 prefectures, the few medium god emperors who were proficient in the law of space and could perform the second teleportation all expressed similar sentiments. Duan Lingtian has mastered the second teleportation and injured Wang Xiong? It seems that Wang Xiong may not necessarily win today. Could it be that the Pure Sun sect will really be able to obtain 6 slots this time? Continue to contact Chunyang School. We must get a place at all costs. While the various powers in the 7 prefectures were in turmoil, Duan Lingtian was calmly looking at Wang Xiong, who was standing in the distance, allowing him to recover from his injuries. However, Wang Xiong was currently recovering from his injuries while keeping a vigilant eye on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he was feeling very bitter in his heart. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. He had not expected Duan Lingtian to have mastered the second teleportation, so he was directly injured this time. Moreover, his injuries were not light. Now, with his current strength, even if his old injuries relapsed, it would be good enough if he could use 80% of his strength. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian moved again and headed straight for Wang Xiong. At this time, he knew that he had to end this quickly. Otherwise, once Wang Xiong recovered, it would be difficult for him to defeat Wang Xiong again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So far, everything was going according to his plan. This time, when Duan Lingtian attacked again, a figure leapt out of his body at the right time. It was his Space Law clone. The Space Law doppelganger also held a high-grade divine sword in his hand. His original body and avatar attacked Wang Xiong together. Moreover, as soon as he made his move, a spatial storm raged. The sword was also displayed at the right time. Duan Lingtian is preparing to defeat Wang Xiong in one go. Even a law clone has appeared. Duan Lingtian's law doppelganger isn't much weaker than his main body. With the main body and the doppelganger working together and Wang Xiong injured, even if he uses all of his bloodline power, he'll still be in danger. We'll know as we continue watching. Today, Duan Lingtian might not necessarily win against Wang Xiong. Even if it's a draw, he'll be able to secure first place. Wang Xiong was injured just now. He was at a disadvantage. Seeing Duan Lingtian charging at Wang Xiong, the crowd was shocked. The group of young geniuses discussed animatedly. They no longer thought that Wang Xiong would definitely win like before. Now Wang Xiong's face was pale. It was obvious that he was not as strong as before. In addition, Duan Lingtian had displayed strength that was beyond everyone's imagination. Now that he had both his doppelganger and his main body, his aura was so strong that no one dared to underestimate him anymore, even if he was only a middle-level divine emperor. It should be known that among the top 10 in the 7-mansion banquet, only Duan Lingtian, Yang Qianye, and Shimin were middle-level divine emperors. The other 7 were all high-level divine emperors. Yang Qianye and Shimin were now the bottom 2 in the top 10. Although Duan Lingtian was only a middle-level divine emperor like them, he had the ability to fight for first place. Their strength was on a completely different level. Duan Lingnan, everyone has underestimated you. At this moment, Wang Xiong was facing Duan Lingtian and his doppelganger. His face froze and his eyes flashed with fear. At the same time, the golden light on his body surged again. A gust of blood qi also rose. It was his blood force. In the next instant he moved. However, he did not charge at Duan Lingtian. Instead, he retreated and attacked at the same time. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Wang Xiong faced Duan Lingtian and retreated. However, the upper-grade holy sword in his hand did not stop moving. Rays of dazzling golden sword radiance swept out in all directions, trying to block Duan Lingtian's attack. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Then he exchanged positions with his doppelganger and attacked together. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two rays of sword radiance shot out and intertwined with each other as they attacked together. In just a blink of an eye, the sword radiance shattered Wang Xiong's doppelganger. During this process, everyone could clearly feel the power of Duan Lingtian's doppelganger, and his doppelganger's attack was not as simple as 1+1. This scene, as expected, shocked everyone present. The group of god emperors present on the scene was the most shocked. Their eyes were not as sharp as the others. That's a formation? It seems like a simple formation that two people join forces. However, due to the tacit understanding between his doppelganger and the sword Dao true meaning, their combined strength is much stronger than usual. I've encountered many people from the Devata realms and fought with them. I've even seen their doppelganger. However, none of them are capable of this. The sword Dao that Duan Lingtian's doppelganger and his doppelganger are stronger than usual when they join forces through a formation. I didn't expect the sword Dao true meaning would be able to link his doppelganger and his doppelganger together. No wonder powerhouses from the Devata realms would undergo a qualitative transformation once they master the heaven, earth, and heaven Dao. This must be what they're talking about, right? The group of god emperors was already shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian had mastered the teleportation technique twice. Now that they saw Duan Lingtian's doppelganger joining forces, they were even more shocked. At the same time, when they subconsciously looked at Wang Xiong, they could not help but shake their heads or secretly shake their heads. If Wang Xiong was at his prime, he might have the ability to battle Duan Lingtian, and he might even be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a tie. However, Wang Xiong was currently injured. Moreover, his earlier attack had worsened his injuries. It would be difficult for him to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw, let alone defeat him. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He's much stronger than what he displayed in front of Han Di. He's really good at hiding his strength. Everyone thought Wang Xiong would definitely win. However, it's really unbelievable now. At this moment, the group of god emperors could already guess who would win even if they did not continue watching. Although Wang Xiong was outstanding, he had lost the initiative due to his misjudgment. Naturally, they knew Wang Xiong's misjudgment was not his fault. After all, no one expected a medium divine emperor to be able to master the law of space's teleportation technique twice. Moreover, even if Wang Xiong was not injured, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it would be difficult for Wang Xiong to defeat him. At most, they would be able to fight to a draw. In other words, even if Wang Xiong was not injured due to his carelessness, Duan Lingtian would still be the champion of the 7 prefectures banquet. When Duan Lingtian and his clone joined forces, not only did the divine emperors present on the scene realize something was amiss, but even the high-ranking officials from the various mansions and forces present on the scene could tell something was amiss. Some of the young prodigies who were more powerful looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Duan Lingtian is actually so strong? Han Di was where the people from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Heaven's Equal sect were. He looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and felt a chill in his heart. Fortunately, I didn't sneak attack him back then. Otherwise, I would have been in deep trouble. Now that Han Di thought about the situation back then, he could not help but rejoice. He's so strong. Lin Yuan and Yuan Moyu's expressions were extremely solemn at this moment. Tuoba Xiao, who had always been aloof, looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise and indescribable splendor. As an outstanding woman, Tuoba Xiao's standards were naturally higher than ordinary women's. She did not think much of the men around her, who were younger than her, even if some of them had pursued her before. This was the first time a man had entered her eyes. It should be known that although Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan's performances were strong, they had not caught her eye. However, Duan Lingtian had caught her eye for 2 reasons. First, he was not even 3,000 years old. His talent and comprehension skills were extraordinary. She felt ashamed of her inferiority. Second, Duan Lingtian was stronger than her. Third, Duan Lingtian was good-looking. Of course, although Tuoba Xiu looked at Duan Lingtian in a different light, she only had a slightly favorable impression of him. She did not have any deep feelings for him. How is this possible? On the Mochi family's side, Mochi Hong's expression was extremely ugly. He had never dreamed that Duan Lingtian's strength would be so strong. Although Duan Lingtian had defeated him back then, his strength was clearly not much better than his. Did he hold back? He actually held back? He had held back and defeated him so easily? At this moment, Mochi Hong felt a sense of humiliation. On the Chunyang school's side, the group was also pleasantly surprised. They had thought that Duan Lingtian would lose without a doubt. They did not expect that Duan Lingtian would give them such a big surprise in the end. Even Yi Chenfeng was shaking his head gently at this moment. He had shown Duan Lingtian's sword Dao true meaning in order to let Duan Lingtian's sword Dao reach a higher level, break through the bottleneck, and enter the next realm. However, based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao had not broken through the bottleneck and entered the next realm. Did he work for nothing? If he had known that Duan Lingtian had such strength, he would not have been in such a hurry to show Duan Lingtian's sword Dao true meaning. However, Yi Chenfeng did not know that Duan Lingtian's original body and clone could cooperate to such an extent because of the inspiration he had received from comprehending the sword Dao true meaning that he had displayed in the past 2 days. Chapter 4077. In the arena, Wang Xiong saw how Duan Lingtian had defeated his attack. When he saw how Duan Lingtian and his doppelganger worked together, he felt helpless. He could see it too. If he had not been injured, if he had been able to display his full power, even if Duan Lingtian had mastered the second teleportation, he might have been able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. But now, he was injured, and his injuries were not light at all. He could only display 70 to 80% of his power. Now that he had fought with Duan Lingtian, he could only unleash 60% of his strength at most due to his injuries. However, I did not lose unjustly. When he thought about how Duan Lingtian had injured him using the second teleportation, which had never been publicly displayed, Wang Xiong felt that he had not lost unjustly. Perhaps Duan Lingtian had used this trump card just to show it to him. I admit defeat. Hence, after he had been injured further, the middle-level Emperor God from the Han Mountain residence reminded him through telepathy. Thus, Wang Xiong admitted defeat in a timely manner. That was because there was no point in continuing. Duan Lingtian had already displayed his power. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was not injured at all. As for Wang Xiong, his injuries were not light. Although Wang Xiong's admission of defeat was not out of everyone's expectations, it still shocked everyone. After all, it was completely different from what they had imagined. No one had expected Duan Lingtian, whom they had not thought highly of, to be able to defeat Wang Xiong. Of course, although they knew that they had guessed wrongly, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's power and hearing the explanation of the Emperor God, no one felt that Duan Lingtian had defeated Wang Xiong because of luck. According to our ancestor, even if Wang Xiong was not injured, the best result would be a draw with Duan Lingtian. It would be impossible for him to defeat Duan Lingtian. Our ancestor said the same thing. My ancestor said that even if Wang Xiong wasn't injured, Duan Lingtian still had a high chance of winning. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the laws are slightly stronger than Wang Xiong's. His nomological avatars are also stronger than Wang Xiong's bloodline powers. Furthermore, he has grasped Sword Dao. Even if his cultivation level is lower than Wang Xiong's by a realm, he can close the gap and even surpass it. The young geniuses present didn't believe the words of ordinary people. However, they had no choice but to believe the words of an Emperor God expert, especially a Middle Emperor God expert. Moreover, even if they were not as experienced as Emperor God experts, they were not blind. They had seen the power that Duan Lingtian had displayed with their own eyes. It could not be fake. After Wang Xiong admitted defeat, the golden light on his body completely retracted. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian, whose spatial storm had dissipated, and asked with a bitter smile, Duan Lingnan, was the strength you just displayed your full strength? Following Wang Xiong's question, the entire place fell into dead silence. At this moment, they suddenly thought of the same question. Had Duan Lingtian displayed his full strength just now? One should know that before this, they had all subconsciously thought that Duan Lingtian had displayed his full strength just now. Even the group of Emperor God experts thought so. As a result, now that Wang Xiong had asked this question, the group of Emperor God experts all focused their attention on Duan Lingtian. Faced with Wang Xiong's question and everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian said calmly, almost full strength. Indeed, almost full strength. This was because he had not used the way of control. He had only displayed the embryonic form of the way of control. Of course, if he had not improved in the past 2 days and had not found a way for his original body and nomological avatars to work together perfectly through the sword Dao that Yi Chen-feng had displayed, even if he had displayed the way of control, he might not have been as strong as what he had just displayed. Almost full strength? Hearing this, Wang Xiong was stunned at first. Then, he said bitterly, that means you have not used your full strength? All right. I understand. Then, Wang Xiong turned around and left in a lonely manner. Those who were looking at his back saw the bitterness that flashed across the corner of his mouth when he turned around. After a short moment of dead silence, the rest of the people were also in an uproar. Duan Lingtian had not used his full strength just now? Everyone, including the group of Emperor God experts, was shocked. Even Lin Donglai, who was in charge of hosting the 7 Prefectures banquet, looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange light in his eyes. It was as if he could not wait to abduct Duan Lingtian to the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect. Who would have thought that the first place of the 7 Prefectures banquet would be won by Duan Lingtian in the end? Fortunately, someone opened a bet yesterday and I ignored it. Otherwise, I would have lost miserably today. Who would have thought of this result? Just like that, the first place of the 7 Prefectures banquet fell into Duan Lingtian's hands. When Duan Lingtian returned to Chunyang School, many Emperor God experts from the various prefectures and major forces congratulated Yi Chen-feng and Lu Fenggu, who were leading the group from Chunyang School. The atmosphere at Chunyang School was jubilant. Even the Great Ming Mansion's Han Mountain residence was not as lifeless as he had imagined. On the contrary, the Mochi clan, which was located near the Pure Sun sect, seemed to be in a gloomy mood. After all, the relationship between the Mochi clan and the Pure Sun sect had been severed ever since Yi Chen-feng entered the Mochi clan and killed the Mochi clan's Golden Throne elder, Mochi Ju. Now that they had personally witnessed someone from Chunyang School winning the 7 Prefectures banquet, the Mochi clan was naturally in a bad mood. Let's go! Mochi Yuning, the leader of the Mochi clan, was the first to stand up and leave with the rest of the Mochi clan. The members of the Mochi clan were also the first to leave. Mochi Hong walked among the group of people from the Mochi clan. Ever since Duan Lingtian returned to Chunyang School, he had not looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was afraid of Duan Lingtian's mocking gaze. After all, he had mocked Duan Lingtian many times before this. However, in the end, Duan Lingtian had won first place in the 7 Prefectures banquet. It could be said that this was a slap to his face. Of course, not everyone from Chunyang School was happy that Duan Lingtian had won first place. Although Yuan Hanjin, the elder from Pingxing's branch and Yang Qianye's master, had a smile on his face, his heart was extremely cold. Duan Lingtian is actually so strong? He has an indirect enmity with Qianye. He might target Qianye in the future. Will he target me while targeting Qianye? At this moment, Yuan Hanjin vaguely felt a sense of danger. On the other hand, although Yang Qianye glanced at Duan Lingtian a few more times, his expression remained calm. However, there was a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed was also something that he did not expect. Duan Lingtian followed the Chunyang School group and left the 7 Prefectures banquet. When he returned to the temporary residence of the people from Chunyang School and entered his courtyard, 2 figures followed him almost at the same time. They were none other than Yi Chen-feng and Zhen Pingfan. Duan Lingtian, when did you comprehend the second teleportation? Zhen Pingfan stared at Duan Lingtian and asked. He had been wanting to ask this question for a long time. Also, your true body and your law clone can actually work together in the form of a formation. How did you do that? These 2 points were what Zhen Pingfan was most curious about. Yi Chen-feng, on the other hand, did not ask Zhen Pingfan anything because Zhen Pingfan's question was also what he wanted to ask. The second teleportation, I did comprehend it some time ago. Duan Lingtian was not particularly surprised by the appearance of these 2 people. Yi Chen-feng was not too surprised, but Zhen Pingfan had long since seen through his gaze and posture as if he wanted to rip him apart. As for the collaboration between my true body and my law clone, it's all thanks to the help that Elder Yi has provided me over the past 2 days. I comprehended the true meaning of the way of the sword that Elder Yi shared with me. Although it did not allow my way of the sword to reach a higher level, it allowed my original body and my law clone to work closely together and display extraordinary strength. As for how strong it is exactly, you 2 elders have seen it for yourselves. Duan Lingtian said. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chen-feng breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, he had not wasted his efforts over the past 2 days. Masters Junior Yi, when will you share your sword Dao with me? Zhen Pingfan looked at Yi Chen-feng and asked with a burning gaze. Yi Chen-feng glanced at him indifferently. Haven't you already observed it several times? Until now, you have not even comprehended the embryonic form of the sword Dao, which means that you are not suitable to comprehend the sword Dao. Hearing this, Zhen Pingfan still said somewhat unwillingly, forget about the sword Dao that you have comprehended before. I'm more interested in the sword Dao that you shared with Duan Lingtian. The sword Dao that Yi Chen-feng shared with Duan Lingtian was inspired by Duan Lingtian's master. He knew this. In his opinion, Yi Chen-feng's sword Dao was not suitable for him, but it did not mean that other people's sword Dao was not suitable for him. At this moment, Yi Chen-feng shook his head and rejected Zhen Pingfan's offer. If it's my own sword Dao, I can share it with you. However, the sword Dao that I shared with Duan Lingtian was inspired by his master. I can't share it with you without his master's permission. Yi Chen-feng said. Yi Chen-feng's words did not dissuade Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a grin, Duan Lingtian, why don't you tell your master about it? I remember you said your master has left a law avatar in the Devata realm so you can communicate with him with your law avatar at any time, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian did not reject Yi Chen-feng's suggestion. After he spoke to his master through his law clone in the solitary destructive heaven, he looked at Yi Chen-feng and nodded. Elder Yi, my master has no objections. Junior Uncle Yi, did you hear that? Duan Lingtian's master has agreed. Zhen Pingfan looked at Yi Chen-feng with bright eyes. I'll show it to you when we return. Yi Chen-feng said indifferently, the 7 Mansions banquet should officially end tomorrow. If it ends tomorrow, we'll return the day after tomorrow. There are still some things that we need to do. Yi Chen-feng glanced at Duan Lingtian after he finished speaking. Chapter 4078. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Yi Chen-feng's last sentence. He wouldn't forget the fortuitous encounter that he had a chance of obtaining after he returned from the 7 Prefectures' grand banquet. Yi Chen-feng was going to look for Ping Xing's ancestor, Yuan Pingxing, to ask for 2 spots to enter the god's abode that Yuan Hanjin, Yang Qinya, had entered. Yang Qinya's performance before the 7 Prefectures' feast was mediocre. In Chunyang School, he could only be considered an above-average genius. He was not as good as many people. However, Yang Qinya's performance at the Feast of the 7 Prefectures had astonished everyone. There were only 3 people who made it into the top 10 of the 7 Prefectures' feast with the cultivation of a middle-level god-emperor, and he was one of them. It was obvious that there were many benefits to entering the god's abode alive. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's thoughts began to run wild. Even defeating Wang Xiong today was not as good as this moment. The biggest reward of defeating Wang Xiong and taking first place in the 7 Prefectures' feast was to obtain 4 spots for Chunyang School to enter the secret territory of the Holy Land. With this, the possibility of Chunyang School having a high-level God Emperor would be greater. As for the personal reward, it might be good for ordinary young prodigies, but for Duan Lingtian, it was not tempting at all. It was just some non-ultimate emperor-level divine pills. The other things were not of much use to him. He could only exchange them for divine crystals. There's nothing else. We'll be leaving now. Yi Chenfeng said goodbye to Duan Lingtian and then left with Zhen Pingfan. As Zhen Pingfan left, he did not forget to praise Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, well done this time. From today onwards, your name will no longer be limited to the 7 prefectures. Although the 7 prefectures were filled with God Emperor forces, the 7 prefectures feast was just a relatively remote place to the godly venerable forces outside. It lacked resources and rarely produced godly venerable experts. Becoming famous in the 7 prefectures wasn't a big deal. Of course, Duan Lingtian had realized this a long time ago, and because of this, he had never felt that he was that great. Moreover, in his opinion, he was still too weak. He didn't even have the ability to find his wife. After Yi Chenfeng and Zhen Pingfan left, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes to rest. At the same time, a figure flashed through his mind. The sword came out like a dragon, sometimes erratic, sometimes fierce, completely attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. Wanting to rely on these sword Dao true intents shared by Elder Yi to break through to the next realm is ultimately somewhat difficult. Looks like I still have to trouble Master for a while. Duan Lingtian's time clone was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm so he could meet with his master, Feng Qingyang, at any time. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's time clone immediately went to look for Feng Qingyang's time clone. When Feng Qingyang learned about Duan Lingtian's situation, he smiled faintly. I didn't expect you would benefit from my exchange with Brother Yi. For the next period of time, you can stay here with me. I'll also show you my sword Dao comprehension later on, which you haven't come into contact with yet. It shouldn't be a problem for me to help you break through to the next realm. However, at this moment, Feng Qingyang seemed to have recalled something. His expression turned solemn as he said, although you have a shortcut, I still hope that you can break through the bottleneck on your own. It's best if you rely on your own comprehension. Otherwise, once you break through on the path that others have taken and reach the next level of Sword Dao, your path may become much more difficult. What's best for you is what's best for you. What's best for you to use as a reference? If you use it directly, it's impossible for you to compare with others. In this aspect, there's no possibility of you surpassing your master. Feng Qingyang's warning caused Duan Lingtian's expression to turn solemn. At the same time, he vaguely realized that the reason his master had not interfered too much with his Sword Dao comprehension in the past was definitely because he wanted him to walk his own path. Feng Qingyang's next words confirmed this point. In the past, after I took you in, I rarely interfered with the direction of your Sword Dao because I hoped you would walk your own path. However, since you're eager to become stronger, and I'm not a pedantic person, I only hope that in the end, it won't affect the path that belongs to you. Feng Qingyang sighed. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's time clone stayed with Feng Qingyang. Apart from comprehending the time law, he also observed Feng Qingyang's Sword Dao. The Sword Dao was similar to the profundities from the laws. Once one comprehended it, one would be able to share it with the original body. Although the law clone was only a clone, it was still a part of the original body's soul. Apart from sharing the body and memories, the original body would also be able to receive the comprehension of the law clone. This was one of the advantages of not being a native of a realm of gods. In the profound Jade Mansion. At the 7 Mansions banquet. Early in the morning, as usual, everyone had already arrived. Duan Lingtian had also arrived with the rest of the people from Chunyang School. However, he did not stand at the front today. Instead, he sat cross-legged among the prodigious disciples from Chunyang School with his eyes closed. No one knew if he was cultivating or resting. When the people from Chunyang School saw Duan Lingtian sitting like this, many of them wanted to talk to him, but they did not disturb him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by the people from Chunyang School, but he was still the center of attention. Duan Lingtian. He's ranked first in the 7 prefectures feast. This time, Chunyang School obtained 6 spots to enter the Saint Land's secret zone. Comparisons are odious. We don't even have a single spot. However, Chunyang School has 6 spots. Chunyang School, aren't they afraid of dying from overreading? While everyone's attention was on Duan Lingtian, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Hull sect, who was the host of the 7 prefectures feast, said unhurriedly, "Today, we'll continue to challenge the top 10 in the 7 prefectures feast." When everyone heard Lin Donglai's words, they shifted their attention away from Duan Lingtian. Naturally, some of them were still staring at Duan Lingtian reluctantly. It was as though they were curious how a young man who was not even 3,000 years old could be so powerful. Did he have a fortuitous encounter? Some of them were even greedy. Some of them thought so too, but they were not greedy. They felt that even if Duan Lingtian had a fortuitous encounter, they might not be able to get it. It might not be suitable for them. After Lin Donglai spoke, no one in the top 10 challenged him. Even when it was Toba Xiao and Yuan Moyu's turn, they did not want to challenge Han Di, who had fallen to 4th place in the previous round. In the previous round, Han Di had shown his strength in his battle with Lin Yuan. They were not confident that they could defeat Han Di. At most, they would be able to tie with him. Under such circumstances, there was no point in challenging him. Most importantly, there was a slight difference in the individual rewards received by the top 3 in the top 10. The difference between the 4th and 6th place was not that big. It was only after the 7th place that the difference became bigger. Due to this reason, when it was Lin Yuan's turn to challenge Duan Lingtian, he did not challenge Duan Lingtian after he glanced at the people from the Pure Sun sect with a complicated gaze. Duan Lingtian's strength was stronger than Wang Xiong's. He was slightly weaker than Wang Xiong. If he fought Duan Lingtian, he was destined to lose. Granduncle. When Lin Yuan left the stage, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Lin Donglai. The family wants to try their best to rope Duan Lingtian into the family, even if they have to pay a certain price. Those people are very interested in him. Lin Donglai's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Lin Yuan's voice transmission. He naturally knew what Lin Yuan meant by those people. It was none other than the ultimate god patriarchs in the family. Duan Lingtian was so outstanding that even the ultimate god patriarchs were interested in him? Although he had thought that the family would ask him to help rope in Duan Lingtian, he did not expect that even the ultimate god patriarchs were paying attention to Duan Lingtian. You should know that I can only do my best in this matter. Lin Donglai looked at Lin Yuan's back and said through voice transmission, "I'm afraid Duan Lingtian isn't the only one who has caught our attention. He has also caught the attention of other ultimate god forces. Moreover, the Flame Howl sect has sent people to investigate Duan Lingtian's experience in the Xingang land. He has only joined one family, which is the Linghu family, a god-emperor family in Tonglung province. However, he was forced to join by his previous sect. Judging from his choice, he probably doesn't have much influence in the family. You also know that the family's influence is inferior to the sect's influence in many aspects." Lin Donglai said. "Granduncle, don't be nervous." Lin Yuan smiled faintly when he heard Lin Donglai's words. "The family only asked you to help rope in Duan Lingtian. They didn't give you a mission to rope in Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian is so easy to rope in, I'll do it myself." Lin Donglai heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Yuan's words. If that was the case, then there was no pressure. I've already invited him. Whether he agrees or not has nothing to do with me. I'll try my best. With Lin Yuan's abstention, the top 10 rankings of the 7 prefectures banquet were finalized. First, Duan Lingtian from the Chunyang School in Tonglung province. Second, Wang Xiong from the Hanshan residence in the Daming prefecture. Third, Lin Yuan from the Flame Howl sect in the Mystic Jade Mansion. Fourth, Han Di from the Qi Tian sect in the Consonance prefecture. Fifth, Yuan Moyu from the Howl sect in the state of Qing. Sixth, Tuoba Xiao from the Yuan clan in the Underworld prefecture. Seventh, Machi Hong from the Machi clan in Tonglung province. Eighth, Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect in the Heavenly Stellar prefecture. 9th, Yang Qinye from the Chunyang School in Tonglung Province. 10th, Shimin Longxiang from the Taowu Mountain Villa in the state of Qing. Chapter 4079. In this 7 prefectures grand banquet, young prodigies from all 7 prefectures had made it into the top 10. Among them, Tonglung Province had the most experience. Tonglung Province had 3 people in the top 10. Next was Qing State Prefecture, which had 2 people in the top 10. The other 5 prefectures had only 1 person in the top 10 each. Tianshan Prefecture and Underworld Prefecture put in so much effort to nurture one prodigy. Is this considered a success or a failure? They had high hopes for the 2 of them to make it into the top 3, but they only managed to get 2 places each. Many people lamented as they looked at Tianshan Prefecture and Underworld Prefecture. I think it's a success. I remember that in the last 7 prefectures grand banquet, no one from Tianshan Prefecture or Underworld Prefecture made it into the top 10. Someone said, I think it's a success too. Someone else chimed in. On the other hand, the Heavenly Star Manor and Underworld Manor's middle-level Emperor Gods didn't show any joy on their faces, but many of them were clearly smiling. Although their results were worse than they had expected, it was still acceptable. There were no 3 places, only 2 places. They would just have to distribute them later. 2 out of the 3 forces was better than none. This time, Tonglung Province is too scary. 3 of them made it into the top 10, especially Chunyang School. One of them not only made it into the top 3, but he also took first place. In the history of the 7 prefectures grand banquet, there have been cases where 2 people from one force made it into the top 10. However, there has never been a case where 2 middle-rank Emperor Gods from one force made it into the top 10 at the same time. Duan Lingtian and Yang Qinye can be said to be unprecedented in this regard. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Duan Lingtian and Yang Qinye are only middle-rank Emperor Gods. An Shi Men from Taowu Mountain Villa in Qing State Prefecture is also a middle-rank Emperor God. There are 3 middle-rank Emperor Gods in the top 10 of the 7 prefectures grand banquet this time. I remember that in the last 7 prefectures grand banquet, none of them were middle-rank Emperor Gods. Is the current high-level deity Emperor of the 7 prefectures too weak, or is the middle-level deity Emperor stronger? I feel that the middle-level divine emperors of our 7 prefectures are much stronger. We have all witnessed the strength of these 3 middle-level divine emperors. Not to mention Duan Lingtian, even Yang Qinye and Shimin are almost as strong as a high-level divine emperor. This is truly an era of talents. In this 7 prefectures feast, the one who had the most limelight was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian. Previously, before the battle between Duan Lingtian and Wang Xiong, everyone's attention was on Wang Xiong. But now, it had all shifted to Duan Lingtian. As for Wang Xiong, very few people paid attention to him. The winner takes all, nothing more than this. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Chunyang School, Yang Qinye and Shimin, who were at the bottom of the top 10, were also in the limelight. It was very rare for 2 medium divine emperors to enter the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast. They were receiving even more attention than Tuoba Shi and Luo Yuan. They felt that it was natural for Tuoba Xiu and Luo Yuan to enter the top 10. After all, they were geniuses nurtured by the entire prefecture. They were not as rare as Yang Qinye and Shimin. Congratulations, Elder Yi. Congratulations, Elder Lu. When the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast had been decided, the god emperors of the various prefectures congratulated Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu. Those who had congratulated them the previous day were not stingy with their words of congratulations. Of course, at this time, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu had also received many messages asking if Chunyang School was planning to give up 1 or 2 spots in the Holy Land secret territory. This time, Chunyang School had obtained 6 spots, so it was indeed a surplus. Even Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu themselves thought so. However, they did not express their opinion. They only said that this matter would be decided by the decision-making team of Chunyang School. It was not something they could decide with just a few words. Elder Yi, Elder Lu might not be able to make the decision, but you can, right? With your strength, who in Chunyang School would dare to go against you? Someone said to Yi Chenfeng through voice transmission. Yi Chenfeng's strength was now well known. Very few people regarded him as a middle god emperor. They all regarded him as a high god emperor. A middle god emperor with the strength of a high god emperor. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. 3 congratulatory voices resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was not surprised to hear the last 2 congratulatory voices. One was Wang Xiong from the Cold Mountain residence, and the other was Shimin Longxiang from the Green State Prefecture's Taowu Mountain Villa. When the 2 of them congratulated him, he was at most slightly surprised. The first to congratulate him was Tuoba Xiao from the Yuan family of the Underworld Prefecture. Her pleasant voice was filled with kindness. Thank you. Although Duan Lingtian felt that he was not familiar with Tuoba Xiao, he still replied to her politely. At the same time, he paused for a moment before adding, on the way here, I heard from Elder Yi of the Pure Sun sect that there are some Emperor God experts nearby. These Emperor God experts have not appeared in the vicinity for a while. I don't know if they are from the Underworld Prefecture or the Li sect of the famous prefecture. Duan Lingtian took the opportunity to mention this to Tuoba Xiao because she had expressed her kindness to him. Otherwise, he would not have told Tuoba Xiao about this. To put it bluntly, even if those Emperor Gods had come for Tuoba Xiao, it had nothing to do with him. Thank you for the reminder. Tuoba Xiao's voice sounded again. This time, it was much gentler. We have many people here. I will be fine. You don't have to worry. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Tuoba Xiao's words. What am I worried about? Am I worried? I was just casually mentioning it to you. When he realized that Tuoba Xiao seemed to have misunderstood Duan Lingtian, he did not say anything else. He was afraid that he would be misunderstood again if he opened his mouth. If that happened, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The 7 prefectures' grand banquet ended just like that. Duan Lingtian and the rest of the people who ranked in the top 100 in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet received their individual rewards. As for the top 10 spots in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet to enter the Saint Land secret zone, it had nothing to do with them. It was a reward for the forces behind them. To put it bluntly, they were merely chess pieces for the various forces in the 7 prefectures to compete for the spots to enter the Saint Land's secret zone. The reason they were allowed to participate in the 7 prefectures' grand banquet was to distribute the spots to enter the Saint Land's secret zone. Let's go back now and prepare. We will return to Tonglung province in an hour. At this moment, Lu Fenggu said to Duan Lingtian and the others before the crowd dispersed. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. Did they not say they would return the next day? The others were shocked as well. They thought they would return the next day because Lu Fenggu had said they would only return the next day if the 7 prefectures' grand banquet ended today. Lu Fenggu seemed to have noticed the confusion in everyone's eyes. He said, "It's still early. There's still more than 2 hours before noon. There's no need to stay here any longer." Moreover, Lu Fenggu looked up at the sky when he reached the end of his sentence. "I'm afraid there's going to be a storm here soon. We're not afraid of staying here, but it might not be a good thing for all of you. Junior Uncle Lu, you can just tell them." At this time, Zhen Pingfan opened his mouth and said indifferently, "The Li sect of the Great Mansion has sent many god emperors this time. They even invited some external help. They want to keep Tuoba Xiao here. As for the Netherworld Mansion, many powerhouses have come as well. After most of the forces in the 7 prefectures leave, a great battle might break out here. In order to prevent all of you from being implicated, we'll return in advance. There's no need for us to get involved in this mess." Compared to Lu Fenggu, Zhen Pingfan's words were straightforward. Everyone was enlightened. Of course, some of the bolder ones could not help but suggest they stay and watch the battle between the Emperor Gods. The others were tempted by this suggestion as well. "You're quite bold." Zhen Pingfan shook his head. "Do you know what happens when the Emperor Gods fight to the death? At that time, even we won't be able to protect all of you. How naive. All of you behave yourselves. Go back and prepare to meet us when you're ready. Zhen Pingfan was speechless at the fearless attitude of the group of young disciples. Did they really think a battle between emperor gods was child's play? At that time, the surrounding area would be razed to the ground. A battle between emperor gods? In truth, Duan Lingtian also wanted to stay and watch the show. However, he knew it was unrealistic. It's good to go back first. There's still a divine abode waiting for me at the Chunyang school. I'll have the chance to watch a battle between emperor gods sooner or later. If I can't see it from the outside, I'll enter the planar battlefield. Duan Lingtan felt relieved when he thought of this. However, on the way back, Duan Lingtan thought of the beautiful figure with the veil on her face. He could not help but shake his head. I hope you're lucky enough to survive. It's not easy for a girl to achieve what she has today. Tuoba Xiao and he were originally two parallel lines. However, because Tuoba Xiao had congratulated him earlier, the parallel line she represented had deviated from its original path and crossed him. And he also felt that in the future, Tuoba Xiao would be like a straight line that crossed his line, and this was the only intersection point between them. In the future, there would be no connection between them. Therefore, although he hoped that Tuoba Xiao would survive, he was not worried about her safety. After all, they were strangers. Even if Tuoba Xiao died this time, he would only sigh and say, "Beautiful women have unfortunate lives." That was all. 2 spots are better than none. The group of people from the Mochi clan left the 7 prefectures banquet under the lead of Golden Seat Elder Mochi Yuning. At the same time, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Mochi Hong. There were too many accidents in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. It's normal that you didn't make it into the top 3. You don't have to think too much about it. Mochi Yuning thought that Mochi Hong's expression was still unsightly because he did not make it into the top 3. Chapter 4080. When they returned, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect didn't split into 2 groups. Instead, they boarded Lu Fenggu's divine artifact ship. Although it was a little crowded, it was not to the extent that there was no space for them to move around. This was also Lu Fenggu's suggestion. Although the sudden appearance of so many god emperors did not mean that they were here for Chunyang school, it was better for them to stick together just in case. Yi Feng did not object to this. Lu Fenggu's suggestion was a good thing for him. At the very least, he did not need to spend time controlling the divine artifact or be vigilant of his surroundings. He might be stronger than Lu Fenggu, but his ability to detect his surroundings relied on his divine consciousness. In terms of divine consciousness, he was on par with Lu Fenggu. After all, they were both intermediate god emperors. Finally, it's quiet. A few days later, Duan Lingtian's ears finally regained their peace and quiet. After leaving the 7 prefectures feast, Duan Lingtian did not hear any voice transmissions for the next few days. It was always a group of Chunyang school disciples who came to talk to him. It did not matter if they knew him or not. Moreover, all of them were extremely polite. Duan Lingtian did not want to interrupt them, so he patiently responded to them one by one. It was only today that he finally had some peace and quiet. Apart from Yang Qianya, almost all of the disciples from Chunyang school congratulated Duan Lingtian through voice transmissions. Among them, there was no lack of people who were proud and arrogant. Moreover, when they talked to Duan Lingtian felt that they were being forced to do so. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that it was most likely their elders who forced them to befriend him. After all, in the eyes of the higher-ups of Chunyang school, Duan Lingtian was a person who had won the 7 prefectures feast before he was even 3,000 years old. There were only benefits to befriending such an existence, and there were no disadvantages. Duan Lingtian. Before long, Zhen Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ear. You did well this time. Over the past few days, my father and my junior brother, who is also the current headmaster of Chunyang school, have convened 2 meetings with the decision-makers of Chunyang school, and the meeting unanimously agreed to give you the highest standard of gratitude for your contribution to Chunyang school. This time, not only will Chunyang school take out some treasures from their vault, but they will also go out to search for some treasures that you can use. Chunyang School is not a school that will take advantage of its disciples. This time, you've helped Chunyang School win 4 places to enter the sacred land. Chunyang School will not treat you unfairly. It had to be said that Zhen Pingfan's voice transmission was good news for the Duan Lingtian. Of course, this good news was also within his expectations. If Chunyang School did not show any appreciation for him winning first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast, he would find it unusual. How did such a school survive until today? Moreover, although he did not have much contact with Yi Chen-feng, he could see that Yi Chen-feng had a deep sense of belonging to Chunyang School. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in Chunyang School until now. Although it would be difficult for him to get special treatment even if he went to those heavyweight godly venerable rank forces, ordinary godly venerable rank forces would definitely treat him as a guest of honor. After the Chunyang School group left the mysterious Jade Mansion, the journey was still peaceful. Regarding this, no one felt that it was abnormal. It would be unusual if it was not peaceful. Normally, no one would dare to block the way of an Emperor-class spaceship unless they had a purpose. However, not long after the spaceship left the mysterious Jade Mansion, it suddenly stopped. For a moment, everyone in the spaceship instinctively looked at Lu Fenggu. He was the one controlling the spaceship. There's someone there. At the same time, someone saw the situation in front of them through the spaceship's mirror. There was a figure standing there as if waiting for them. That figure looks familiar. Soon, a Chunyang School elder frowned. At this time, Lu Fenggu's voice was heard. It's Elder Lin Donglai from the mysterious Jade Mansion's Flame Hull sect. Lin Donglai. This name was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian and the others because he was the host of the 7 Prefectures Feast this time. However, they were puzzled when they found out that the person who stopped them was Lin Donglai. What was Lin Donglai trying to do? Elder Yi, Elder Lu. While everyone was still puzzled, Lin Donglai's voice was heard from outside. Although he was far away, his voice seemed to have a penetrating power as it clearly entered Duan Lingtian and the others' ears. I didn't come here with any ill intentions. I just want to say a few words to Duan Lingtian on behalf of the godly venerable rank Lin clan. The godly venerable rank Lin clan. Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, everyone from Chunyang School in the spaceship looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. He was here to see Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Lin Donglai did not come on behalf of the mysterious Jade Mansion's Flame Hull sect, but the godly venerable rank Lin clan. Elder Lin. Lu Fenggu took the lead and stepped out of the spaceship. Although I had guessed earlier, I didn't expect you to be from the Lin clan. What is the reason for the Lin clan's disciples to be willing to stay in an emperor-level faction like the Flame Hull sect? Lu Fenggu came to the front of the spaceship and faced Lin Donglai with his back to the spaceship. Elder Lu. Lin Donglai was very polite to Lu Fenggu. It's a long story, so I won't say much here. If Elder Lu comes to visit the Flame Hull sect one day, I'm willing to talk about the past with Elder Lu. Also, don't worry, Elder Lu. I came to see Duan Lingtian with no ill intentions. As for the reason, I'm sure Elder Lu has already guessed it. Although I don't think there's much hope, since I've accepted the request, I must finish what I started. I hope Elder Lu can understand. Since Lin Donglai had said so, Lu Fenggu did not say anything more. I have no problem with this matter. As long as you get Elder Yi to agree, it's fine. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, Duan Lingtian was from the Chunyang School's Yunfeng branch, so he was closer to Yi Chen-feng. It was still up to Yi Chen-feng to decide whether to let Duan Lingtian come out to see Lin Donglai. It was useless for him to agree. Moreover, he did not want to make the decision, so he did not want to please both sides. Now that he knew Lin Donglai was related to the godly venerable rank Lin clan, he did not dare to underestimate Lin Donglai. If it was not necessary, he did not want to make enemies with Lin Donglai. Go and have a chat with Elder Lin Donglai. Almost as soon as Lu Fenggu finished speaking, Lin Donglai's eyes fell on the spaceship again. Yi Chen-feng's slightly lazy voice sounded at the same time. Although he did not mention a name, everyone knew that he was talking to Duan Lingtian. That was because Lin Donglai was looking for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian responded casually, then stepped into the air and left the spaceship. In a moment, he arrived beside Lu Fenggu and looked at Lin Donglai. Elder Lin. Duan Lingtian cupped his hands and greeted Lin Donglai. Lin Donglai looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright smile on his face. Duan Lingnan, first of all, I want to congratulate you on winning first place in the 7 Prefectures Feast. You taking first place is something I never expected. Upon hearing Lin Donglai's words, Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Lin Donglai, you flatter me. It's also because your sex Lin Yuan did not fight. Otherwise, I might not have won first place. Lin Donglai was stunned at first, then he laughed. Duan Lingnan, you don't have to be humble in front of me. Lin Yuan's strength is not bad, but it's not as good as yours. What a joke. Lin Yuan was not even Wang Xiong's opponent. Wang Xiong was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Even if Lin Yuan challenged Duan Lingtian, he would not be able to escape defeat. I'm actually a little presumptuous this time, but I was asked to come by someone. At this point, Lin Donglai's face turned serious as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly serious expression. Duan Lingtian, I'm here on behalf of the Divine Wood Prefecture's Lin clan to invite you to join the Lin clan. If you join the Lin clan, you can enjoy double the treatment of the most outstanding direct descendant. For example, Lin Yuan, you've seen him enjoy the treatment of a direct descendant in the Lin clan. If you join the Lin clan, you'll receive double the treatment. In addition, the Lin clan will give you a meeting gift that will satisfy you. As for what it is, I can tell you first if you're interested. If you're not, it's not convenient for me to say. Lin Donglai went straight to the point and invited Duan Lingtian to join the Lin clan, an ultimate god clan. He also promised various benefits, especially the meeting gift that he mentioned at the end, which was even more mysterious. Divine Wood Prefecture, the Lin clan, an ultimate god clan. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard Zhen Pingfan mention it, and Zhen Pingfan had long suspected that Lin Yuan, who represented the Flame Howl sect in the 7 Prefectures banquet, was from the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture. Now, with Lin Donglai's words, Zhen Pingfan's guess was verified. In fact, Zhen Pingfan was not the only one who guessed this. Anyone who knew about the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture basically guessed that Lin Yuan, and even Lin Donglai, were from the Lin clan of Divine Wood Prefecture. Elder Lin. Duan Lingtian looked at Lin Donglai and smiled. I don't plan to leave Chunyang School for the time being. So, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian politely declined Lin Donglai's invitation. As for why he did not plan to leave Chunyang School for the time being, it was just an excuse. Even Lin Donglai must have known this. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's refusal, Lin Donglai did not expose Duan Lingtian. At least, Duan Lingtian gave him a way out so that it would not be too awkward. If that's the case, I won't force you. Lin Donglai sighed, but his eyes did not seem to be surprised at all. Elder Lu, Elder Yi, farewell. In the next moment, after bidding farewell to Lu Fenggu and Yi Chenfeng, Lin Donglai rose into the air and left. The direction he was heading in was the direction Duan Lingtian and the others came from Mystic Jade Prefecture. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.